Speaking in Bondo, Raila has admitted that there have been pressure on him to announce the next political direction. He has, however, continued to criticize the government, especially regarding devolution, claiming that devolution is at risk in the Kenya Kwanza government. While in Kajiado, Raila said that Kenyans have the right to picket and protest as espoused in the constitution.
Hakuna mtu ambaye anaweza kujitokeza kwa boma yake aende afanye maandamano kama kuna sababu. Lakini kama gharama ya maisha imepanda juu sana, bei ya unga imekuwa juu sana, bei ya mafuta imepanda juu sana, bei ya sukari na kadhalika, jamaa anaumia, sio? Tukasema punda imechoka. Si punda imechoka? Punda kichoka inafanya nini? Inashuka shusha mzigo chini. Ama sivyo? Kama punda amesema amechoka, amefanya makosa. Yule ambaye anafanya makosa ni yule ambaye anapiga punda bunduki ati punda amesema amechoka. Hiyo ni makosa. Nataka muombe Kenya, muombe amani.
This as the National Dialogue Committees this week expected to hear the presentations from more than 10 groups. Among these groups is the Council of Governors led by its chairperson, Governor Guru of Kirinyaga. Last week, other groups including REBC presented their recommendations, while Chief Executive Officer Marjan Hussein Marjan suggested that the presidential election be held on a different day from other elections in the country. In addition, Marjan used the opportunity to explain what happened during the last general election, saying that the differences among the commissioners was due to the neck-to-neck results of the presidential vote, with those opposing them pushing for a rerun. The Deputy CEO, Ruth Kulundu, asked to be given 18 months more to address the boundaries issues because the commission has no commissioners.
Bearing in mind the outcome and what it causes, especially for the aggrieved parties, probably there could be a need for it to be done separately. And therefore that we had proposed previously, although it needs to be in law for us to actually implement it.
You've spoken about the August 15 incidents at Bomas. I want to know whether your commission did file any complaints with the police out of the events of August 15.
Also, Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei suggested the term of the president to be extended to 7 years from the current 5 years, a statement that has been strongly contested and opposed, according to Azmi-affiliated leaders led by a minority leader in the National Assembly, Opiyo Ndai. Cherargei's proposal is to try to snake in the debate on removing the term limit of the president. At the same time, KOTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli recommended President William Ruto to announce a salary increase for all workers to help them earn a living, especially at this time when the cost of living is high. And Kenya Kwanza leaders are urging you to be patient over the cost of living, insisting that President William Ruto has a solution. Speaking in Shinyalu constituency, Kakamega County, during a fundraising event led by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi and National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, the leaders said the tough economic times have been occasioned by the previous government.
Rais wa Jamhuri anasema kwamba aliwachiwa serikali ambayo ina madeni, watu walikopa kiholela, madeni mazito, na akasema hakuna njia nyingine ya sisi kujiokoa bali kuhakikisha kwamba tunatoza ushuru na tunachukua ushuru kutoka katika Kenya ndio tusikope tena.
There cannot be any gain without pain. We know that there are challenges. We know that these challenges are not unique to Kenya. And we know that these challenges are not insurmountable. They will be surmounted. Jana nimezunguka hii Western pole nikiangalia vile watu wamelima. People are weeding the second crop ya mahindi mwaka huu. Production is increasing, so the cost of food will go down. Tuendelee kulima kwa sababu mbolea iko chini. Tuendelee kuhifadhi ile kitu tunasema Kimani, tukirudi bunge. Nyinyi kama wabunge, muongezee serious board pesa. Ikuje inunue mahindi kwa wakulima kwa bei mzuri ili wakulima pia wawe na pesa mfukoni.
The government will begin a coffee sector reform initiative that seeks to confront the numerous challenges that have plagued the once thriving coffee industry for years. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua pledged to address the dire circumstances faced by coffee farmers, whom he said have been exploited by powerful coffee cartels and brokers. Speaking in Othaya, the DP emphasized the need to rejuvenate the cooperative movement by implementing reforms. This is Newswire. Dennis Asseto, good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Hiya, City. Do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
What are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So I was like, your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nyeri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi ya?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys and walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyang.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, you know, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to, she's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, you know, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, good morning. It's Monday, and here we are starting a new week, getting into the last week of September. What's happening on the roads this morning? Looking at movement here and there, but I think we're just starting and getting into Monday morning traffic in terms of what it's going to look like. There's some movement coming in on Uhuru Highway out towards the CBD and some on Jogo Road as well. It's moving slowly, but it's moving. The Thika Superhighway will probably have the most of it right about now as folks are trying to get into the city. All right, so movement coming out of Westlands a little bit here and there and everywhere. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how they open up closer to traffic hour. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X and keep things moving this Monday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Okay. Just organizing myself, settling down, doing the thing. Here we are. Monday morning. How are you? 10 minutes after 6 o'clock. Good morning on this Monday, the 25th of September 2023. We're getting into the last week of it. A week from now, rather 7 days from now, and we'll be getting into October. Good morning, and how are you doing? Coming off the weekend into this Monday, and here we are. CT, good morning.
Morning, do.
How are you?
Fine.
How was your weekend?
Quiet.
It was quiet? Why?
Because I deemed it so. Yes.
Okay, you decided that it's going to be quiet.
Well, that is a decision that is consistent. That's what I always do.
I can't find my pen. My pen fell down.
Don't worry. What color would you like?
Pink.
Okay.
I was joking. The man has a pen that even matches my dress. I don't understand. City, I'm afraid of you. If I had said like cockroach brown, he would have had.
Yes, I would have given you something close to it.
I got a pink pen. I asked City for a pink pen, and here I am. Okay, guys. How are you doing?
I'm well.
Good. I myself, imagine the Berlin Marathon happened yesterday. Eliud Kipchoge, the fifth. And Ednah is very happy because he did the business in 2 hours and 2 minutes and crossed that line. And he said, look, man, you have to understand that every time we run, as we age, you have to understand that you'll have a reduction in terms of quality and speed and things like that. But the man did the business. There are many calls for him and saying, yeah, you've done well, but maybe it's time for you to retire, leave the party while you're...
He doesn't know when he should retire.
Surely.
And these people who are suggesting he should retire, who are they exactly?
They're not athletes. Just take it like that. Because if I tell you, you get angry.
No, I'll not get angry.
This early morning.
There are people, you know the thing about this thing we call freedom? It allows you to say anything. Even if it doesn't make much sense, you can say it. So
freedom. So they said maybe it's time for the GOAT to step down. And Ednah is saying no, because the man did a fantastic job in Berlin. And he led the pack. And he came out on top. So congratulations again, Eliud Kipchoge, doing a fantastic job on the world marathon scene. Yes, it was really good to watch. And then Arsenal now drew. Did that now water down everything, or it was okay? Don't worry. We will see.
Arsenal, the football club.
Arsenal, the football club.
Okay.
They drew.
I get the impression you're saying they were playing. And
they played Tottenham yesterday, and we thought it was going to be, an easy win for them, but it was not. Unfortunately, they drew 2-2.
Were they playing on Tottenham's grounds or theirs?
They were playing at home. They were playing at Anfield, Arsenal. Yeah.
Is it Anfield or is it Emirates? Is it Emirates or Anfield? What is it?
It's the Anfield, but the stadium is called the Emirates Stadium.
The place called Nyumbani Aponeto Anfield.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they drew.
They did.
That's a terrible thing.
Well, you want to win. A win gives you more points, doesn't it?
Okay. Arsenal, if I remember correctly, in the days I used to watch football, were a formidable side. They were a formidable side. Yes.
They are. They still are. I mean, yeah.
Which means then, these Tottenham people have done very well for themselves.
They have. They did. Many said they played a better game, but I'm not saying that out loud because Ednah might shoot me. But all right. It was a good Sunday. Yes, it was a derby yesterday. So, hey. All right, getting into the conversation for today, quite something that we'll be talking about today. Money and overdrafts and spending and debt and all these things coming into conversations today. So we said, you know what? Let's have a conversation from 8 a.m. about the taxes and huge debt. What are the trade-offs? So Kenya owes a lot of money. We're getting into 2024 when $2 billion is owed on the Eurobond. We're looking at higher taxes, and there's no other way to collect this money that is owed by the country unless you raise taxes. So here we are saying higher taxes, huge debt is owed. What is going to give, if anything is going to give? And today, Dr. Patrick Mwende, who is an economic and financial expert, alongside Bill Okoh, former chair of the Senate Finance and Budget Committee, will join us in the room today as we look at those numbers and what exactly they mean for Kenya. All right, at 7 a.m., we'll be talking about schooling, of course. And the question is, here we are saying, many options have come for data. Many options have come for information. And we'll be looking at the future of technology in Kenya and two individuals, Fiona Kirui, who's the Director of Finance and Acting CEO at Moringa School, as well as Anthony Mwiko, who is an alumnus and a data science expert and consultant, will join us there. The future of technology in Kenya, what it can do for us, how we can go about it, and where we all stand today. So those are conversations we'll be having today. It's a packed morning, and we're glad to already see everybody trickling in today. Yes, Eric is still away. He'll be back in a couple of weeks. And as we say, the show will go on. Let's take a break right now, have a look at what's happening with the weather, and we'll come back and say hello to all of you that we can see bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on Kenya's biggest conversation in a bit.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 15, highs of 26 and lows of 13. It's clear at 14 in Nakuru with highs of 26. We'll see lows of 13. 16 and mostly cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 25. And we'll see highs of 23 in a clear Eldoret at 14, coming down to lows of 13. It's partly cloudy at 23 in Mombasa, highs of 30 and lows of 23. And we'll see lows of 25. In a partly cloudy Malindi, going to highs of 30. It's clear at 18 in Kisumu, highs of 29, and Kakamega is clear at 18, going to highs of 27. Kampala is mostly cloudy at 19, highs of 26 and lows of 17, and Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 23, going to highs of 30. It's 15 and cloudy in Johannesburg this morning, highs of 24 and lows of 7, and partly cloudy at 25 in Lagos with highs of 30 and lows of 25. Kinshasa is cloudy at 24 with highs of 33. We'll see lows of 23. 19 and mostly cloudy in Beijing Monday afternoon, going to highs of 24. And we'll see highs of 24 in a partly cloudy Paris at 9 this morning. It's 17 and cloudy in London, highs of 22. And 18 degrees and cloudy in New York Sunday night, coming into Monday, highs of 19 and lows of 15.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
This morning, and let me just turn my head so that you know I can see where you all are today. Ricardo says, good morning, kings and queens. Kitengela is locked. We see you as well. Taba and says good morning. Good morning, Ndu City. Eric, welcome back. Not yet. Time for coffee and Spice FM. Twende Kazi. Yes, we are. Good morning, fellow Kenyans. Another beautiful morning to remind you that the GOK will not solve anything. Jitegeme. Wow. Okay, so that's the 2000. Mwaukwa Bwanji CT and Ndu replies, Ndakazuka Bueno. Can someone hug CT for sharing Malawi, Miambi, Mulungu? Whether now I am just confused at how to continue to speak.
God came in there somewhere.
Yeah?
God appeared there somewhere.
Somewhere God.
The Mulungu thing. That sounds like God.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So yes, Don, we see you. Good morning, Ndu City. Tuned in from sunny Kineo. Sikunjama to you too, Teresia Maveka. Justice. Good morning to you. Desmond Oti says, good morning, Ndu and CT. Happy to see both of you smiling. Yes, we are smiling. Zikomo, the man Kipchoge is the goat. Yes, he is, Don. Agri Momani says, good morning. Today I'll kill a mouse. Then I'll see if I can be able to kill a man. Okay, wow. James Sekento says, good morning. Tune in from Kerara Pond. Tune in from Athi River, Kawaida. Looking forward to today's Situation Room. Harrison Koskei says, good morning, and Ndu and CT. What a beautiful morning. Indeed, it is. Georgia Koth says, good morning, guys. Watching from Miami. And Julius Song says, good morning, Ndu and CT. Live from the City of Champions. Indeed. Good morning, Robert Tobogo says. And Carol Nyabura says, good morning, team. Hope you've had a restful weekend. Yes, we did. Keith Ganira says, I hope you had an interesting weekend. Interesting, restful, all of that. Isaac Babji is asking, is that a green shirt that CT... Is that a teal green shirt that CT has on?
Still green.
Teal green, leaning on aquamarine, those things. But it's beautiful.
There's the aquamarine bit is also there.
We must say.
Aquamarine, teal green.
Have a wonderful day ahead, Anthony Onyango says. And Jacinta Mbole says, good morning, Ndu and CT. You miss Eric's voice. When is he back? He'll be back soon. This is another cold morning in Siaya, heading in Koru and watching you on YouTube. Eddie, is that you? Looking for you, man. Omwami is in Liverpool, White Hart Lane Stadium. Okay. Anfield is Liverpool's home. Yes, you're right. Arsenal's is Emirates. You're right. So that was a bit of a confusion there. Hi, CT. Hi, Ndus and CT. Been thinking about Kamwene, tribal groupings, cocoons in the 21st century, Kikuyu elites, balkanizing Wanjiko for political expediency. Wow, that's a lot of thought this morning, Joe Mungai. Jimmy Wekesa says, good morning. Good morning, Ndu and CT, listening from Dubai. German teacher says, Guten Morgen. Good morning to you as well. We see you, Linus. We see you, Yasin Wera, Martin, and Wairimo. Ndu and CT, good morning from Bay Area in California. So yes, Emirates Stadium, Arsenal, Anfield, Liverpool, all of these things. Gor Mahia. Here. Sawa. Good morning to everybody. Karibu sana. Thanks for joining us. CT, where are we going today?
Take a guess.
A guess.
3 guesses.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
North, south, east, or west?
What? East.
East. Tanzania.
No.
Kenya. Voila. Here we are.
See, on your second attempt. It's very good.
Carry go.
2 out of 3. There's a gentleman who we hosted in the show called Boaz Waruku. Keen listener to the show, listens every day. Now, he has a friend called Bernard Gashia. Now, I don't know how they knew that this week's proverbs were going to be from the country of Kenya. But sent me a note on Saturday saying, look, CT, there's a friend of mine who listens to the show, and he'd very much like to contribute to the proverbs.
Yeah.
And he sent me this proverb, and I said, well, since it's a Kenyan proverb, there's no better time to start the day than to start one with a Kenyan proverb that has been sent. Thank you. Stealing the village drum may be easy, but finding a place to beat it peacefully is the problem.
Because you must beat the drum.
Drums are loud.
Yeah, and they were made for beating.
They were made for beating, and usually they also have a unique sound. So if you take that village drum and you think you're going to get away with it, those who know the sound will know. They will know.
It's going to come out at some point anyway.
It will. It will.
I love it. Okay. Well, that's what it is for this morning. Let's take a look at the headlines and see what is happening here or there. On the front page of the Standard today, Ruto term limit, jitters over push for extra years. All right. Nandi Senator Samson Chirarge has submitted a memorandum to the bipartisan talks team to increase the presidential term limit to 7 years. But lawyers and politicians are having none of that, asking the team to ignore the request, but others see hidden hand in the drive. Okay, we'll look at that. Of course, there's a wonderful picture of Eliud V, the GOAT, ran in 2 hours, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. It's the time that he won by 31 seconds, the 5th fastest time of his illustrious career. It was good to see. Inside Gachagwa's meeting to trim Korea to size. Okay, what size is this? We'll ask those questions and look into that later. On the front page of The Nation, fees windfall for private varsities. Private universities have reported a high demand for admissions as students shun public ones following the adoption of the new funding model that many perceive as expensive, especially because of the loan component. The development is a huge relief for the private institutions that have experienced low intakes since 2016. This will be an interesting one to look into. El Nino, Kenyans remember 1997 as they prepare for the deluge. One of the unhappy pages in the country's history books is the impact of the 10-month rainy season that hit Kenyans in 1997. And there might be a reminder of that in just a few weeks. Why the state is leasing out some Mombasa and Lamu port assets. These are on the ticker headlines. Haminwa talks about his 53 years in legal practice and why he does not own a smartphone. Okay. On the back page of The Nation, of course, we saw huge parties in Berlin as Kipchoge and Asefa make history in Berlin after the marathon. So that was fun to see. All right, let me tell you what's on the page of the front pages of the Business Daily. Nairobi climbs 13 places on the cheapest cities for expat lists. Now, when you climb on the list, does that become more expensive or cheaper? When you're climbing on the list, 13 places on the cheapest cities for expat lists, does that mean becoming more expensive or cheaper? The weakening of the Kenyan shilling against major global currencies has lifted the salaries of expatriates and made it easier for them to settle their expenses in the back of cooling inflation, increasing the attractiveness of Nairobi for them. So you get a world-class city, but you don't have to pay so much for it. How sustainability and innovation can drive local mobility is what's on the back page of the Business Daily. All right, CT, what you got?
Did you ever look at the Standard?
Yes.
You did?
I did.
All right. You ever look at the Nation?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Good. So let me look at the East African.
Voila.
We're talking about Kipchoge the Fifth. Well, the headline of the East African is the fourth. Rwanda's President Paul Kagame has said he will run for a fourth term in 2024, which is next year, with critics putting him in club of African big men who cling on to power. And who are these? Who are the critics, I wonder? Who are these? That discussion of democracy must take place again. If Kagame wants to run for a fourth time, by all means, may he run for a fourth time. And may the good Lord bless him as he runs. Let him run. Those who feel they also want to run, let them run.
They can run too.
Yes, they can. Why Somalia wants ATMIS drawdown halted. African Union mission is leaving a security vacuum that Mogadishu cannot immediately plug. Remember, they were leaving. Now, a new story has arisen. Ruto, Kagame seek deals with U.S. investors. From sports to transport and tech, East African leaders make crucial links with UNGA on the sidelines. Okay? So, this thing of the Africa Free Trade Area, it looks like that thing is going belly up.
Not so free, eh?
Nope, everybody is doing their thing. Everyone is doing their thing while talking Africa Free Trade Area, but doing their thing. So, maybe I am the one who doesn't understand. Maybe you can do your thing and still talk Africa Free Trade Area. For all I know, you may actually talk and actually achieve it.
Perhaps.
Yes. these are within the realms of possibilities.
Perhaps. Okay, let's take a look at traffic. Let's see what's happening on the roads and then come back and continue looking into these stories in some detail.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, so we're looking at traffic. It's heavy on the Thika Superhighway coming into the CBD, all the way from the Outer Ring Junction. I think way before that, Githurai, and then coming out past all of this, it's bumper to bumper all the way through towards, you're going to get to Moringa Road on one side, Wangari Maathai on the other side. And we're also looking at traffic starting to build up coming in from Kiambu Road. So that looks like it's going to get to Muthaiga Square with a bit of a slowdown. So if you're heading in that direction, if you're coming in from that direction, just know that it's slowing down considerably as we're getting into Monday morning. On Jogo Road, it's also busy getting out towards the City Stadium roundabout, and then we'll see some movement as you get towards Landis. Landis is also pretty busy getting towards the Kamkunji roundabout. Onto Haile Selassie, there's traffic coming in from Gong Road, and all of these are going to meet. In and outbound traffic then will become a thing. On Uhuru Highway, getting out towards the Haile Selassie Junction as well, there's movement there. Mombasa Road is moving. It's busy, but it's moving, so nothing at a standstill, not just yet at least. Are you coming out of Westlands? You should be all right, getting in through towards Chiromo, and then out towards the CBD. So traffic is moving. Some parts it's a standstill. We're likely to see standstill more later, but now is the time to leave if you have not. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X and try to keep things moving this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
it's
Nairobi.
7 minutes to 7 o'clock, and we're looking at the stories in detail. Situ, you want to start?
Well, today is not till green. This is, if there's something like a till blue, then it is right-hand corner of the star. How lady with Kalonzo hairstyle is climbing up the political ladder. Story is on page 8. You'll wonder, who is this lady with the Kalonzo hairstyle? It is nominated Senator Esther Okenyuri. Okay? She is respected and think tank member, low-key, but a crowd puller. That is what they say. Right. Then, cops search Kibra for teen suspect in murder of hospital finance director. Remember there was this gentleman whom we spoke of last week?
Yeah.
He was nabbed 25 times? Apparently the police are combing through swaths of Kibera slums in hunt for a teenager suspected to be behind the murder of Nairobi hospital finance boss Eric Maigo. The team traced friends and relatives of the girl believed to be between 15 and 17 years as they tried to piece this thing together. Okay?
Yeah.
They even have clothes which they believe were suspected to have been worn by this young lady. Let me just say this. This is a seriously troubling story, okay? But what I know for sure is that this is just the beginning of a long saga.
Troubling in many ways. I mean, look, all the little bits and bobs of information that we're getting so far in terms of what happened. I mean, first of all, horrible situation that this man passed away in the manner in which he did. Nobody deserved to die in that manner, right? Or in that way at all. But the questions that are coming out as a result of this, fine, CCTV captured this images of this girl in whatever way she was. Then the clothes were recovered having been hidden in some parts of the compound. It said that she's between 15 and 17 years old, and that people in the area were said to have known who she was. So her face has been seen.
So if she hid her clothes, then what? I mean, she had other clothes other than the ones she was wearing.
Yeah, after coming off atop the fence. I mean, what?
The story is a bit, it's a bit long in the tooth, isn't it?
It really is. And this is the thing. And so then many people started to ask questions. 15 to 17-year-old is a child. What was she doing in the company of this man in the first place? You know, were there people in the house when she said to have been atop the fence where the CCTV captured these images? I mean, there are just so many things. And unfortunately, it just seems to be the case that every time something like this comes out, I often feel that you'd rather not release any information until you have adequate information that you want to give to people.
All right, let's ask the question. What would be the benefit of releasing all this information?
Exactly. Why release it like this when it's in blotches? It doesn't come together. It's not clear what happened. But when you release information like this, what you do is that you place all this information in the court of public opinion, and then people start to make, assumptions or start to speculate. And because nature abhors a vacuum, people are going to fill these holes with, their own speculation. What happened? And now, before you know what happened, should it be that you release pictures or you release information? I can understand saying that this is a person of interest in this case. Should the public have any information regarding her or her whereabouts, please get in touch with us so that we can have a chat with her. That's very different from what we are seeing now. That she's the main suspect, and according to the court, or rather, yes, court of public opinion, the bracelets have been slapped on her, and she's the gallows right over her neck already.
That is why this is an interesting story. All of a sudden, everything has shifted. There were other women in this story, not one. There's somebody he left with. The thing I find interesting about these stories of ours is when the news breaks, there is a side of the story you hear. And people, CC footage, now not in the story. Because there was CC footage of where he was and the people he spoke to.
Right.
That's not in the story. Suddenly, we've just jumped to this 15 to 17-year-old person who's at the heart of this thing. And when you read the story, there is no connection. How is this girl connected to this person? Is she the person he left the night spot with? Questions galore. This tells me there's a lot more to this story.
Yeah.
What we're being told is, in my mind, completely besides the point.
There's something that doesn't make sense and it doesn't click or fit into the space for me at all.
All right.
At all.
Anyway. Senators, just listen to this.
Here we go.
Senators to probe cases of drugging revelers in clubs. Senators have launched a probe into unearth the magnitude of crimes involved drugging of revelers in entertainment, sports, especially nightclubs. Nominated Senator Esther Okenyuri, who called for the probe, wants lawmakers to investigate drugging of unsuspecting revelers by would-be lovers in places of entertainment. The number of people who fall into the category of those who've been drugged in these night spots, these cultural establishments, the numbers keep growing.
Yes, they do.
And I do not understand, though. So when they investigate, what exactly will they be investigating?
Who we would have been in the company of.
Yes, well, they say, you survived Mchele attack, share your story with the senators. Most people would not want to share their stories because, one, it's embarrassing.
Exactly. And they're probably doing something that they ought not to have been
they shouldn't even have been there in the first place.
Yes. Yeah.
So this story of spiking drinks, let's see how it is that they... Let's see what comes out of it.
That's very interesting because it's not a mistake, ACT. So I told you about this documentary that I was watching about, crime gangs in Nairobi, individuals who are part of gangs, etc., etc. So they come to tell you a story later in terms of what they were doing. And for these women, because in many, many cases, and it's not being discriminatory here in any way, but many, many cases, those who drug men in bars are more likely to be women. It has been that it is women who lay the bait, who set the bait. But they say that before they go into these things, that their resolve is strong. They don't stop until they get what they want. If you are the target, they will do whatever it takes to make sure that they get whatever it is that they set out to get from you. So it's not a matter of they stumbled upon somebody in the bar and decided, let me now look for this person. No. They zero in on a target, and once they're there, they make sure that everything that needs to be done in order for them to get that money from you or to get your number or whatever, it will actually be done. Is it a crime syndicate? Yeah, it probably is. So should it be gone after? Yes, it should. But the manner in which you go about it actually would be interesting. This thing that they say, come to us like a hotline, 0800, call a senator. It is not going to work, because I don't see an individual who would have been in the company of a woman and maybe has other details about his life that shouldn't be shared. He's not going to come to you and say, excuse me, it was actually...
Yeah, but why do the senators want to get into something that the DCI is supposed to be doing?
How
what investigative powers does the Senate have?
I can start something, and you can
you can
continue
start all you
it.
like, but in these cases, the DCI would know about these things much, much better than any Senate committee would know.
I'm sure they know exactly how it works. They probably even know the people who are notorious for doing these things. And they even know the certain spots around the city, around the country, again, that are notorious. They'll tell you such and such a bar. If you go there, utawekwa mchele, so they know. So I wonder, again, how else will I show you that I'm working?
The thing is this, when you have an issue such as this, essentially you are referring to a crime syndicate, a criminal enterprise. Okay. Since when does the Senate deal with criminal enterprises?
Very true.
You set up there's an entire unit in this country whose sole mandate is to deal with such matters.
Unless
she wants to start an investigation into it.
Unless they're at risk.
It is possible.
No.
It is possible. Remember the time when breast cancer became a thing?
Yeah.
And within a very short time, we had two very prominent people pass away. And we talked about it. There was so much steam and energy about it. That steam and energy died.
It did.
Did the cancer die? No.
But when you find that there's an interest in something, most likely it has affected you in one way or another, or it has borne some kind of threat hanging over you like a cloud, then you're likely to get more involved.
Yes, it is very, very possible, because these people don't target you because they think you're poor. They target you because they think you have money.
They target you because they know you have something that they can take, that they can benefit from. So
one does get the impression sometimes that they actually have knowledge and they actually have information about you.
Yes, no. Do you hear what I said? That's what they know. Once they've zeroed in on a target, they know this is Charles. He does 1, 2, 3. This is where he's coming tonight. Whatever the case may be, whatever he has, we will take it. And whatever there is in terms of a promise for tomorrow, we will take that as well. They know. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe the interest that we're seeing has spiked here is because they're also potential targets, or have been, or are.
Remember when we set up this task force that is supposed to be having this discussion about the way forward for Kenya, talking about the server, talking about this, talking about that, talking about the other. Well, they have the work cut out for them, don't they?
Yeah.
Chorus of outrage greets term limit talks. So, could it be that this was the aim all along? Give these fellows a legal leg, give them a legal platform, and then sneak in the thing that you really want to see done. Because, yes, because if they suggest it, all that will then happen is that is for Parliament to ratify it, and as you say, voila.
Where did this come from, though?
It's been there before.
This is left field, stuck out like a sore thumb. There was a gentleman who came and mentioned and said, one of the members of Parliament, I think the ink had not even dried on President Ruto's signature come the 9th of September 2022 or 13th of September. And already there was a suggestion, perhaps we should increase term limits. And it was shut down before he could even say Jack Robinson.
But it's back again, isn't it?
Now it is back. So now the question is, where did this come from again? Or has it always been the intention?
It's always been there. It's always been there. It's always been there. And you'll find the logic behind it. If you were to just listen to the logic and not look at what's happening in the country or have no sense of history, it makes a lot of sense. I have been of that opinion too. I've always felt this 5-year term is a bit short.
You want them to have 7 to 10,
Yes,
something like
yes,
that?
yes. In the context in which it's being presented, and unfortunately, one sees nefarious intent. Unfortunately. But that, the 7-year term should have been a suggestion. I find absolutely nothing wrong with the suggestion of it as...
Okay, you know why it's difficult to have that conversation? And I think this is the thing, why it makes people uncomfortable. Because, as you've said it to me now, as we are like this, two of us, and you said, actually, you know what, 5 years is not enough.
You barely began to understand what's supposed to be going on, and then you're out.
Yeah, so if you were to look at it objectively, maybe. But unfortunately, the nefarious intent or would-be nefarious intent clouds anybody's vision in any of this, because all you see is here, right? You want more time, not necessarily to lead the country, but you want more time to be able to pillage. You want more time to be able to control. You want more time to have your cronies benefit one to the other.
Unfortunately,
that is what we see.
Unfortunately, that is what will come to the fore, because you will be asking if in the 1 year that you've been in power, we have seen all these things which represent the complete opposite of what we hoped to see. So you are suggesting that we should add 2 more years of this pain to the current pain, because that's what people will see.
And give you an opportunity for another monster to grow another head.
And then should you then win again, you have 7 more years to inflict the same amount of pain. I was reading this story about Ghana. If someone didn't tell you it was Ghana, and if you left out the cathedral, this monster of a cathedral that they built, you'd actually think they were talking about Kenya. Because, no, seriously, that government that is in Ghana right now, it's like there's a textbook and a list of things that they agreed they would follow. It's step by step, beginning with promises, from the bizarre to the outlandish.
Yeah.
Unfulfilled promises, then an attempt to fulfill. It just goes on and on and on. But let me repeat it again. The idea of a the presidency having a 7-year term is not a negative suggestion in and of itself. But in the time that we now live, and in the circumstances that we now find ourselves in, unfortunately, it reeks of nefarious intent.
Look at Rwanda for a minute. Paul Kagame just announced that he's going to go for another term in next year's election in Rwanda. Of course, there are quarters whereby people are up in arms saying, oh no, you can't, it's authoritarian, it's totalitarian in terms of its rule, etc. Right? But for the most part, you have not heard uproar. And why is that? Because to a great extent, there are many who feel that once, as he's been there for the last, however many terms, that he's been able to do something that has taken Rwanda from point A to point B. So generally, I don't think people have a problem with an individual who stays in power if what they're doing is beneficial to them as a people and to the country as a whole, right? I don't think so. This thing of perhaps corruption will continue, you just want to steal and help your friends, is the thing that actually is embedded in the minds of people, and they think, what? 5 years is what the Constitution says. You must finish your 5 years and get out. If you come back to the ballot and we happen to give you, okay, fine. But 2 terms is the limit, and forget about it. And those term limits will be at 5 years only. It's not for anything else but for the fear that people have that something untoward is happening.
If you look at this thing, it's one of those things that some people refer to as a deal breaker. Because if you set this as an agenda within this committee, and people say, look, my friend, over our collective dead bodies.
Over all of
this, we're not doing it. And someone says, no, this we must do. They say, okay then, why don't we barter? We will consider this if you consider opening the server. Okay, that'll be the end of that conversation.
You mean that?
Because those who are in power do not want this server opened. So anything else that now comes in, because you ask yourself, why was this not in the agenda before? The dilly-dallying and the North Star in the process. So I am of the view that there's more to come. But just so that you understand, we would not be the only country with a 7-year term. Burundi has it.
Yep.
Cameroon has it. Okay. Equatorial Guinea has it. Okay. However, there are people with a 4-year term. Ghana has 4 years.
Yes.
Nigeria has 4 years. Liberia has 6 actually, and Mauritius has 5, Uganda 5, Egypt 6, Congo 5, Kenya 5. So the 7-year term is not unusual. France has 7-year terms. I mean, all I'm trying to say is that there is logic behind it. However, in the times in which we live, that logic is insufficient.
It is.
There has to be more to it.
Okay. It will be interesting to see what Senator Chiraga is pushing here and whether the committee will accept it. Anyway, it's all a wait and see kind of thing. Let's look at the universities and the funding model and what is getting people in this hoo-ha. Private universities have reported a high demand for admissions as students shun public ones following the adoption of the new funding model that many perceive as expensive, especially because of the loan component. Now, remember what we are looking at, that you are categorized based on your application. There's needy, vulnerable, extra needy, we go across board. Now, depending on your category, you then get funding. Funding comes in 2 ways. There's a loan and... So there's what you pay and then there's a loan. And what they're saying is that the repayment or percentage of these loans is quite expensive. The development is a huge relief for private universities that have experienced low admission since 2016 and had to rely on government to place and sponsor some students in the institutions. So the money that would go from government to public institutions was then sent to private institutions, essentially to keep their numbers up. Some in-demand programs in private universities are reportedly full, and prospective students have been asked to wait for the January intake. That's how it is, that people have decided funding model public universities too expensive. We'll do what? We'll go to the private schools. Private schools have said, actually, in some courses, we are now full. Wait until January before you can come. They said it's okay. Rather than take the expensive loan from public universities to attend, we will wait until January. A number of students who've been placed for courses in public universities have not yet reported, instead opting for private institutions where they believe they will get value for their money. Students and parents who spoke to the nation got various reasons for shunning public university in favor of the private ones. And some have said that they didn't choose, and in a university he didn't choose a program and he didn't choose a university. The notion that private universities are expensive has now been demystified. He made the decision also because of the time factor. Private universities had adopted a trimester where the students complete a 4-year program in 3 years because they go to school in quarters. All right. So this is interesting to see that the funding model, which was recommended, that seems to have been adopted after the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, that there are students who are the main stakeholders here, and they're saying, actually, no, we cannot. It would be interesting to see how this opens up and whether we will now have empty spaces in public universities. Roger?
Roger, is it?
Yeah.
It is. One of the things that is always interesting about news is how you read it thinking that it has changed, and yet you're actually reading the same thing that you've read before. And the reason is because it's the same thing. There is a story on page 24 of the Star. Kenyans have 30 days to collect 87,574 passports, says Kindiki. Okay? Now, those that will not have been collected within the given time will be disposed of. Kenyans have 30 days beginning today.
Okay, so
to
the 30th
collect,
of October.
Yeah, to collect the things that I've just said. Now, Nyayo House has 36,170, Embu Regional Office 10,000, Eldoret Regional Office 9,000, Kisumu Regional Office 9,000, Nakuru Regional Office 8,000, Kisii 7,000, Mombasa 5. This is part of the Rapid Results Initiative, that is RRI, launched by the Interior CS Kithure Kindiki last week. The CS warned that those that will not be collected within the time given will be disposed of. He said the government will invoke Section 5 of the Disposal and Uncollected Goods Act and sections of the 31 of the Citizens and Immigrations Act in disposing of uncollected documents. Those who will not have collected their passports as scheduled after the expiry of the notice will treat the uncollected documents as uncollected goods and will be disposed of. I read this story and what came to my mind? What I preamble this thing with? How is it that someone applies for a passport and then doesn't go to collect it? Are we saying that they knew that the passports were ready, they had been informed they refused to collect it, or did they not know? It's 7,000 are many passports. They represent 7,000 people.
Yes.
And people don't get passports so that they can keep them. They get them so they can use them.
Right. So had they been going and looking for their passports time and time again until they eventually gave up before this thing now came about, where CS Kindiki went and said, look, I'm getting personally involved in this thing. Let's get this thing moving. The passports are out and they're asking you to come back, but you've already been hit by a superior dose of lethargy when you're like, I've been going every day. I cannot be going. And now you just need people to understand your stuff is ready, go and pick it up. Because we saw the pictures of the lines here at Nyeri House where people were trying to get their stuff just the other day. It was crazy. Crowds and crowds of people.
Is it not a contradiction? You have people who want their passport, and then you're telling us passports have not been collected. So what exactly are you telling us?
What's the situation here exactly?
What are you telling us exactly? First of all, this story doesn't actually explain how this happened. No, it doesn't. I've read it. It does not explain how it is we managed to accumulate these numbers of passports which had not been collected.
It's very strange. And then suddenly they're ready? Because wouldn't it have come out 2-3 weeks ago that actually, you know what? In as much as people are complaining that they've gone to apply for their passports and they're not ready, we also have a huge problem in terms of we've got piles and piles of passports that have not been collected by people. Did we hear that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
No, I didn't. I didn't. Well, I'm sure there's always the odd, passports that are there waiting for collection, but 87,000 ready and having been not picked up is not a small number.
There is a story behind this of why it is 87,000 passports, well, it's 87,574 passports have not been collected. There is a story behind this, and that is what I'd be interested in. And why must the minister interfere with this?
Very strange. Well, look, get it out so that you can have this system, because he did say, we saw him at Nyeri House saying that once they got through this stage whereby 7 days you've applied for your passport, it should be out, so they get rid of the backlog, and then they would see a point whereby you'd be able to apply for your passport, and then 3 days later you should be able to come back and pick it up. And then after that they wanted to introduce a phase where it was a 24-hour cycle that you could go this morning at 8 o'clock, apply for your passport, and by the time it's COP, you have your passport, but that would come later, he said.
What he's talking about already happens. I don't know who informed him. You can get your passport in a day. You can. In a day.
You can.
The issue of everything he has said has been possible. So when did it stop being possible?
That's the thing. And the problem has it been, the question is, has it been fixed whereby you can, I remember traveling, and I was in Johannesburg and my passport got stolen out of my bag, whatever. So I had to go back to Nigeria. I arrived in Nigeria at 9:30 in the morning in the Okoh passport office. I was on the flight at 9 p.m. back to Nairobi.
I am telling you about the Kenyan passport because it's not that it's a story, it's something I have done.
Yeah. It happens.
In a day. 9 o'clock, 3 o'clock, your passport is ready. So and I'm not talking about yesterday, I'm talking about over 10 years ago.
So these are things that can actually be done, but they're not done because, and I think that is the because at the end of the thing that comes after that because is what needs to be figured out and sorted out. It's not happening because blah, blah, blah. Now fix the blah, blah, blah.
Kindiki is new to this and someone is selling him a really, really tall yarn here. He's being told as though this is the future. This future has been with us for quite some time.
It is here.
Professor, it's been here with us. These people aren't telling you what really happens.
Yeah, I really do think that the folks who've not picked up their passport have been waiting for a long period of time. And again, they need to be injected with a little bit of information to say, look, your passports are now ready. You've been coming for a period of time. Please come and collect them. They need to do something serious in terms of awareness and information sharing for people to pick their stuff up and don't punish them again, because I think they've been through the punishment for too long. Yes. All right. The future of technology is what we'll be talking about at 7 o'clock. And we're getting into the end of the first hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. We see all of you joining us this morning. Keep it here for that conversation after after 7, and Kenya's biggest conversation continues after we take a listen to the news. It's 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. The National Dialogue Committee is this week expected to hear the presentations from more than 10 groups. Among the groups is the Council of Governors led by its chairperson, Governor Anwar Guru of Kirinyaga. Last week, other groups including REBC presented their recommendations, while Chief Executive Officer Marjan Hussein Marjan suggested that the presidential election be held on a different day from other elections in the country. In addition, Marjan used the opportunity to explain what happened during the last general election, saying that the differences among the commissioners was due to the neck-to-neck results of the presidential vote, with those opposing them pushing for a rerun. The Deputy CEO, Ruth Kulundu, asked to be given 18 more months to address the boundaries issue because the commission has no commissioners. Also, Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei suggested the term of the president be extended to 7 years from the current 5 years, a statement that has been strongly contested. According to Azmi-affiliated leaders led by the minority leader in the National Assembly, Opiyo Ndai, Cherargei's proposal is to try to snake in the debate on removing the term limit of the president. Meanwhile, a section of Western region leaders have opposed Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei's proposal to increase the presidential term limit. The leaders, led by Bumula Member of Parliament Jack Kwamboka and Matungu MP Oscar Nabolindo, told of the senator, accusing him of planning to return the country to a dark era. Speaking at Mungore Primary School in Bumula constituency during the launch of the third phase of a 5 million shillings feeding program for Class 8 pupils, the Azmi leaders said they will shoot down any proposals aimed at changing the constitution to benefit few individuals, especially on the presidential term limit.
Watu wanaumia, wewe wanasema Ruto aendelee kuongeza wa extend term limit kutoka miaka 5 ifike 7. Wananchi mnakubali hiyo? Haijafika taarifa. Unajua Didmas huyu bishop wetu saa zingine nampata anakunywa chai na Cherargei. Nataka asikie, aenda mwambie. Wananchi mnakubali hiyo?
Wako na nia ya kuintroduce mswada kwa bunge ya kufanya ati president anaweza kuwa na limitless terms, akae mpaka maisha yake yote. Hatuwezi kurudi nyuma. Mtu ni miaka yako 5, unakuja unaomba ingine, wananchi wakikubali kukupatia ingine 5, that is over. Unaenda nyumbani. Kenya ni kubwa, lazima watu wengine pia wapate nafasi ya kuongoza nchi.
The leaders have also said that they will introduce a motion in the National Assembly that will focus on reintroducing the fuel subsidy aimed at lowering the cost of living.
Next month, introduce motion ya kurudisha fuel subsidy ili percentage ya fuel irudi 8% vile ilikuwa na bei ya mafuta irudi chini. Tuko na shida kubwa sana. Lazima mafuta irudi chini ndio mwananchi apate nafuu.
Huyu Ruto, maneno ya mafuta, Ruto William mahali huko, rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Mimi naona msango ikikupata. Pelekee taarifa kabisa wanahabari. Mimi naona msango ikipata Ruto kwa sababu wananchi wanaumia. Mtu hana pesa. Kama mtu hana pesa ukimsukuma, akifika kwa ukuta lazima atafanya nini? Atarudi.
Meanwhile, amid the simmering supremacy battle among Western Kenyan leaders, they told of UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala for what they said was disrespecting ANC and Ford Kenya leaders in his bid to push for the dissolution of the parties to join UDA.
Kunao vijana wachache hasa kutoka jamii yetu wanatembea pia wanadharau wenzetu. Na hawa ni vijana wachanga kutoka jamii ya Mlembe, badala ya kumheshimu kama Wetangula, kumheshimu Musalia, au wanaenda kuwatusi. Hiyo tunasema vijana wetu wawe na heshima. Ule Malala anashinda akitembea anamtukana Wetangula, anamtukana Musalia, tunasema aheshimu viongozi wetu.
It is not about the amount of money you have, but it's about how much money from what you have you are willing to share with the people that put you in that position. Kwa sababu ya hiyo, mimi naheshimu ujumbe yenu.
The government will begin a coffee sector reform initiative that seeks to confront the numerous challenges that have plagued the once thriving coffee industry for years. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua pledged to address the dire circumstances faced by coffee farmers, whom he said are being exploited by powerful coffee cartels and brokers. Speaking in Othai, the DEP emphasized the need to rejuvenate the cooperative movement by implementing reforms. Key among them is the revival of the Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, which will aid farmers in efficient milling and eliminate losses during the milling process. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseta, good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Okay, busy on the Thika Superhighway this morning. We're seeing traffic then coming in all the way from that outer ring junction. It's going to be busy for some time. Heading out towards the CBD, Moringa Road then also is looking pretty crazy right about now. And Kiambu Road is also packing up with some traffic as we get closer towards the city. All right, coming out of Westlands, also a thing for, has been a while since we've seen traffic coming out of Westlands, but it's heavy this morning. And Uhuru Highway is also pretty busy as you look at it going towards that Haile Selassie junction out towards the CBD. Gong Road traffic is also building up as it comes onto Haile Selassie, and we're looking at traffic on Jogo Road getting out towards Landis and then touching on the Kamkunji roundabout. It's busy this morning, maybe half hour into traffic hour. Let's wait and see what that looks like. But if you've not left, now might be a good time to maybe chill, or if you have, you're going to have to sit through it. Patience will pay at some point this morning. It's a busy Monday morning, likely to get busier, and we'll be here for it. Let's know what's going on where you are, and let's talk on Spice FM KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start.
Thursday of September 2023, and we get into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. Welcome to Monday, and here we are having conversations that matter. If you just tuned in, welcome to our audiences on KTN Home and KTN News, and Karibu Sana. Ndu Okoh, CT Muga with you this morning, getting into another week. Yes, Eric Latiff is away. He'll be back soon, and we continue with those important conversations. All right, this hour we're looking at the future of technology. We've heard a lot of things about robots and CT's favorite things, AI and coding, and sometimes you get a little bit confused, like where exactly are we going, and how does that then come about with the education that we are seeing today. And our guests for this hour are already seated, and Fiona Kirui is the Director of Finance and Acting CEO at Moringa School, and Anthony Anampio is the Head of Data Science Instruction at Moringa School as well. Good morning and welcome to both of you.
Good morning.
Andrew and Fiona, karibu sana.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us in the Situation Room this morning. We normally welcome people and get them to relax a little bit, and CT does that by way of the proverb.
Proverbs for this week come from the country of Kenya. I think the two of you know where that country is, don't you?
Yeah.
It's okay. There's a gentleman who was a guest on our show and is a keen listener. It's called Boaz Waruku. Now, Boaz has a friend called Bernard Gashie. So Waruku sends me a message yesterday saying, look, this friend of mine would like to contribute a proverb of the show now. They didn't know that this week's proverb were going to come from Kenya. And if they did, I don't know how, because I did not tell them. So I thought the best thing to do was to start our day with that proverb that was shared by Bernard Gashie. Stealing the village drum may be easy, but finding a place to beat it peacefully is the problem.
Fiona, what do you think about people who steal drums?
Well, my interpretation to that proverb is, in my layman understanding, if you do something in the dark, then it always comes to light.
Yeah.
So if you steal a drum and you want to go beat it elsewhere, then it will always come to light.
It will.
Yeah.
What about you, Andrew?
Well, I mean, if you steal a drum and you want to beat it peacefully, you might want to run very, very far to have some peace. But I think just in the same interpretation that Fiona has taken, it's very hard to take something from people or take something that isn't yours and live with it in peace.
Yeah. How many points are you doling out this Monday, CT?
Oh, well, if on a scale of 1 to 10, they both get 11. So, thank you.
A generous man on a Monday morning. Indeed. Okay, so this morning we're looking at the roads towards technology and the future of technology. Moringa School at the heart of that. Maybe just let's get into it and tell us a little bit about Moringa School. What does Moringa School do and what does it offer, even as we start to have those conversations in terms of technology in the country?
Yeah, so Moringa School is a tertiary education accredited by TVETA institution, and we were founded in 2014 with the goal of equipping the African youth with employability skills. Our main focus is on technological courses, and we make sure that our graduates end up getting skills that will place them into jobs, and it will equipment for the future of technology. As you all know, technology is rapidly changing, and our goal at Moringa School is to make sure that we are constantly working with employers to make sure that our education is relevant, and when the employers come to Moringa School, it's more of a plug and play. They get high quality talent that will just come in, learn the ethos of the company, and run with it.
How do you do this? Because what you've said is loaded. And what you've said is the sort of music that any parent who has a child who's technologically inclined would want to have explained to them so that they can know, because you seek to ensure that each and every of your students gets the wherewithal to enable them to do something with that technology.
Yeah.
Tell us, how do you do it?
Yeah, so we have something called a flipped classroom model. And the goal at Moringa School is to be intentional about training and training for the workplace. So how we do it is when someone comes to Moringa School, we make sure that the curriculum has been approved by employers. So we are constantly reiterating it to make sure that it aligns with employers. And then secondly, we also empower them to be career ready. What this means is that we take them through soft skills so that they can be able to collaborate in this new age type of modern workplace skills like communication, project management, how do you work with others, critical thinking and beyond. On top of that, we also work with employer partners in terms of they give us projects that our graduates can actually work on, and they can practice and learn by practicing as they go. And so far, by doing this, so involving the employers into a curriculum, ensuring that our graduates are prepared for the workplace, we have ended up having at least an average of 70 to 80% placement rate within 12 months of graduation. So that's how we do it, City.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Andrew, so the question is then, realizing, obviously, that technology is taking up a big chunk of what is necessary to operate in today's world. What is Moringa School offering? How do you even begin and say, okay, yes, well, I want to be in the tech space, and then how do you know that these are the courses, or how do you decide then which courses to offer?
Right. I think I'll just pedal back into what Fiona was talking about around how Moringa School was founded. When we started our work back in 2014 and our first class in 2015, there's a very staggering metric that 50% of graduates in technologically inclined courses take about 5 years to get their first job. As the kids are calling it these days, tarmacking, right? And that's staggering. So if you're thinking about like maybe a 3,000 class from JKUAT, half of that is going to take 5 years to land their first job or internship. And then the other problem that we saw was employers want people. They need people. But the people that they were getting were not having the correct skills. So Moringa came in and said, okay, we want to connect the employers with people who need jobs. But in between, there's a skills gap that we can build upon, right? And in that, we're able to kind of inform how we design our curriculum and our student experience, such that if there are people who are inclined, maybe mathematically speaking or statistically speaking, they can take our data science course. If there's someone who is very interested in robotics and hardware, we had a course around software engineering that can also build up into such a discipline. If they're interested in design and whatnot, there's something there at Moringa School that we can tailor build for them to jumpstart their career or make sure that they're meeting the right employers. Yeah.
So does one then get into a course and then have essentially all the tools they need to then get into a career that would make these demands on them?
The funny thing about technology is that it's very open-ended. I think once you get your foot in the door, then it's very easy to navigate into different disciplines that you might want to explore. So for example, if you start off as a software engineer, it's very easy to transition into a data scientist. You have a lot of the disciplinary knowledge behind it. We also have a lot of info sessions, open days, workshops. We work with a lot of companies in our marketing team just to push the information out there that if there's a certain thing that you're interested in, then this is the path that you want to take. If you're interested in visuals and design, you might want to take a UI UX class, for example. And then within that, there's also a lot of mentorship in our whole student pipeline that's able to equip people with the right knowledge. If you want to pursue something very definitive, you're able to take that course.
Who can come to Moringa? The assumption is, and follow me here, is that when we're talking about technology, that we're looking at a younger subset in terms of an age demographic. That it's those who've graduated from, high school, those who maybe started a course at university, and it is that demographic that we're looking at to say, well, you're then the ones who are going to fuel this engine in terms of the numbers of people that need to be doled out to work on some of these things that are coming out in today's world. Is that true, or is that a myth that certain age numbers can only come?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the best way I can explain is by talking about the fourth industrial revolution. I think everyone needs to be prepared for it. It's not just the young generation. So while at Moringa School we have courses that are tailored towards beginners, ideally someone who has graduated from high school, we are also focusing on also upskilling the current guys in the tech space. We are also offering courses for people who want to switch careers. Like as an example, I am in the finance background, but I can be able to do data science and switch and be relevant in my career. So in Moringa School, we have a course for everyone. We even have courses for executives who want to understand what is all this tech that I'm hearing about. Like recently, we have just launched an AI course for business leads that will help them understand how to leverage AI into their businesses. So our target audience is broad, and anyone actually can be able to come to Moringa School and will curate something for them.
You do know that when you say everybody can come, I'm thinking, okay, now if I went to Moringa, what would I want to study? Woodwork, metalwork. I hear there's something called automotive engineering. So, brings me to my question. What courses do you offer?
So we have bootcamp courses that are normally about 6 months long, and those ones are geared towards people who have enough time because it's full time. And the courses we offer are like software engineering in the bootcamp model, we have data science in the bootcamp model, and then we have product design. It's product design UI UX. That is ideally the long-term bootcamp courses that we offer, and that is geared towards ideally beginners who have time. And then we have short courses. Our short courses are geared towards the busy professional who wants to get into tech. So they are more introductory courses. So we have like an introduction to how to build a website front-end development. Or if you want to understand data, introduction to data visualization with tools like Python. Those short courses are ideally geared toward the professionals, and we have been very intentional to make sure that it's something that they can understand. So we make it shorter, and they're able to come in and learn through the program. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Suji.
Do you have any collaboration with industry?
Yes. Thanks for asking that question. I think at Moringa School, like Andrew alluded, is we are always constantly reiterating and updating our curriculum to match what employers need. And we have our partners that we work with. We call them employer partners, people who have employed from Moringa School. We are constantly in touch with them to understand what's happening in the workplace. What do we need to improve? What curriculums do we need to train in? As an example, we are actually working with Safaricom, and we are training their staff in upskilling, and through them we realize that there are some courses that are coming to become in demand in the market. By working with employers, we constantly get to understand that in case there's a gap, we need to fill something. Like something that came up through the Safaricom Digital Training Academy is there's actually a demand for a program called DevOps. And through that partnership, we've been able to curate a program that is actually available to other developers outside of Safaricom.
So that we can also keep up with you. This is DevOps. What is it called?
DevOps.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does it do exactly?
That's a good
Maybe
question. Yeah, I think Andrew is best placed to
There's a lot of
describe it.
jargon we're going to throw around during this conversation, so please feel free to be like, excuse me, what is that?
I mean, it sounds like a port town somewhere in Europe.
Oh, that would be Davos.
Yes, or Devon.
Right, so Devon. Okay.
Just a quick tech lesson. DevOps stands for Developer Operations, and it's the ability for someone to build a pipeline in which other developers can work in. So, for example, let's take a practical example. In this room, we're in a studio. You're the presenters and we're the guests. But there's so much that happens in the background that the live stream is broadcast, right? You could think that of develop operations, right? So that whole pipeline around making sure that the sound is correct, making sure that the video is on and everything. You could think of that, them kind of creating the environment for things to happen as develop operations. Yeah.
Okay. So I see it based on what Fiona was saying. I see a chicken and egg situation, because oftentimes I say, are we putting people into the into courses, education, and then just, spitting them out into society and saying, go find a job? Or should it be that the people who are running these organizations should come back and tell us, actually, you know what, as you are educating people, this is what we need you to educate them on so that they can then come and work and then we can develop? How do you see that in technology, in the spaces, based on what you've said, that you realize that you've sent people to come and work here, but then you realize, wait a minute, this is actually what they need. So then as Moringa School, you now say, let's develop a course around this, because it would almost then guarantee that the people we churn out will have the skill for that workspace. How would it work?
Right. I think first of all, just to understand that it's very expensive for companies to upskill their staff by themselves. And that's where we come in. We are very heavy on creating a feedback loop with employers such that we understand the hiring climate. At any given point, we're able to give you numbers and what a sense of employers are looking for, especially from a tech perspective, obviously. So what we do is we are in conversations with these employers, whether it's Microsoft, big banks in Kenya, Safaricom, and even smaller startups, just to understand exactly what are you looking for. If you're to hire someone right now, let's say they don't have a degree, or they do, or they have, this is a kind of persona that we're looking at. What does it take for this person to work at your company? And then we can tailor build curriculum and a student experience that fits our profile. And if it needs to change, it can change. I think one of the benefits of working and having students come to Moringa is that the experience that they get is very malleable. If we hear feedback from employers that, we're looking for someone who's strong in maybe a mathematical background, or someone who has X and Y, we're able to kind of pedal back and fix our internal systems.
Okay. Do I hear you to be saying that what you're offering, one, is unique, sounds unique to me, but it's unique to the point where it differs considerably with what is offered in other technical institutions? Is that what you're saying?
You could argue that, but from our standpoint, we work with them. We don't work against them. We're working with a lot of universities and tertiary education institutions, just so that sometimes we work hand in hand with them, where people will finish university and then come to Moringa, or they'll come to Moringa then go to university or other institutions. But our goal is not to rule them out. Our goal is to supplement them in a way that we create a very healthy environment for both employers and graduates from those institutions.
You see, the discussion we're having is useful. And what you're doing, what Moringa is doing, fills a gap that perhaps has been yawning at us for the longest of times. But it then takes my mind elsewhere. You are developing individuals who would fit into employment. What about the future? A future that many employers don't have. Is there space and an opportunity to train people to actually become entrepreneurs themselves, so that they themselves can kickstart this future? Because industry, yes, may keep up with the future, but industry is more concerned with profit. The more adventurous souls are the ones who now bring it up to speed or bring us into this new age now. From what you've said, you seem to be well poised to do precisely that. Train people so that they don't think employment, they think starting business and doing something that would improve this very, very tech space that you're speaking of. Something new, something revolutionary is a good word, revolutionary, and something that will open up this space even further.
Absolutely, I do agree. And whenever I talk to people about Moringa, I've been with Moringa for quite some time. We have sort of three kind of profiles of our graduates. We have those who are looking for employability. Once they finish, they either were working and want to get a better job, or they were not working and they want to get a job in tech. That's majority of our graduates. They make up huge majority of them. And then after that, we have people who are just looking to upskill. Majority of these people will be students in university or just finished high school, and they're looking to kickstart their career in tech or make sure that they're passing their exams in university or they're top students in their classes. And then the other tier of people that we have are freelancers and entrepreneurs. Our course is it's a very good starting point for entrepreneurs or people who want to go into freelance, because they get the hard technical skills, but also woven into our curriculum is very strong professional or soft skills. They're able to manage what a company looks like, manage clients, teamwork, conflict resolution, and all those kinds of things. So we have that. We have catered them. We've catered to them in the design of our model. However, we're seeing more often than not going forward that's a bigger market that we need to address. Yeah.
Indeed. All right. So we come back. Let's take a break. Come back and then really look at then the future of technology and then why this particular offer then actually does make sense for folks. I want you to run with me and CT and everybody else who's going to be running. And come the 29th of October is Kenya's largest single day athletics event, and it's in the name of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. It's a special one because it's been there for 20 years. This is the 20th edition, and we're saying log on to www.nairobimarathon.com, register for 2,000 bob, and then on the 29th of October, come out to Huru Gardens and let's run. Or if you feel, okay, we're nervous, we don't like people seeing us running, we can do the virtual run. It happens a week before. Get your numbers on the leaderboard and then see where we'll be with that. It's a fantastic opportunity because this year's marathon, again, is contributing proceeds towards the Future Makers program. The Future Makers program gives young people, especially girls and people with disability, the chance to earn, to learn, and to grow. So let's do it this year again. And then when we're done, we'll give you some tea. CT has the tea this morning. And Kiptagich Tea Estates are in Kurosoi South District. Fantastic rolling hills of tea, and they've got some great blends. I've got the golden tea, and CT has some others for you this morning.
Well, I have lemon, I have masala, and then I have masala.
Imagine a great cup of tea in so many great blends that have been blended right here in Kenya. Fantastic for export, and you could have a cuppa every morning thanks to Kiptagich Tea. Assist Tea, golden tea. You've got lemon and masala, and Citi's going to do that for you this morning. Look at that. Tea for you. All right. As you sip your tea, let's take a break. It's 28 minutes to 8 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation continues after this, and we're having a conversation with Moringa School. The future of technology, front and center. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, you markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And he must blame it on Adam, not because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, so cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, 14 degrees, highs of 26 and lows of 13. It'll go to highs of 25 in a sunny Nakuru at 14, and it's 15 and cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 25, and at 14, sunny in Eldoret with highs of 23. We'll see lows of 13. It's partly cloudy at 25 in Mombasa, and we'll see highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 as well in a partly sunny Malindi at 25. It's 19 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 29, coming down to lows of 19, and at 17 degrees it's sunny in Kakamega, highs of 28. Looking into a cloudy Kampala at 18, highs of 27 and lows of 17, and it's partly sunny at 25 in Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 30. Cloudy at 15 in Johannesburg with highs of 24. We'll see lows of 7, and partly cloudy at 24 in Lagos, going to highs of 30. It's 23 and partly cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 33 and lows of 23. All right, the clock says we're getting into traffic hour right about now. Uhuru Highway is busy. Beehive activity is what we're looking at here. Inbound traffic is absolutely crazy. Getting out towards the Haile Selassie Junction. And we're also seeing traffic coming in. Where is this? This is Westlands, and it's very busy then touching on Chiromo, just a little bit here and there. Limuru Road is busy. Coming in from Village Market out towards the past City Park and then through to the city, joining with the traffic that's coming in from Wangari Maathai. You're going to get out towards the CBD with a little bit of traffic, in and outbound traffic to the CBD, no matter where you look, is heavy this morning. It's also heavy coming in from the Thika Superhighway, touching on Moringa Road. And then let's look at the Eastern Bypass, where there's traffic coming off of Cabanas, going towards North Airport, touching on Outer Ring at the junction, and then going towards the Ruai Junction. Inbound, outbound traffic is doing the thing this morning. It's a Monday morning, nothing less to expect. We're going to keep an eye on things, and hopefully we can keep things moving, and you will be there to help us out, will you not? Yes. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X and keep things moving this Monday.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's to 8 o'clock, and we're having a future of technology conversation this morning with Fiona Kirui and Andrew Anampio from Moringa School. And as we look at the future of technology, it's front and center because, you know, when we started the show this hour, we talked about, look, everything we almost do, say, speak, write, develop is technology oriented now, very different from how it was before, you know. And if we're looking at the future of technology, that means it has basically taken up almost everything that we do, that we can speak in this room and people hear us on the other side, that you can send a message and somebody gets it on another continent. And as we develop things for use, are we saying that it is impossible for us to go into a future of technology without the training such as what Moringa School is offering today? You can't just kind of stumble along. I mean, we had times when, you know, if you were I'll give an example of an apprentice in a mechanic shop, you would tinker around with things and eventually you'd figure it out, right? And it's a little bit different from this, is it not? And can we say that without an education in this technology, it is impossible to get onto the steps of the future, which is technology?
Yeah. I'll actually spin it and say it's not about the education in technology, but rather what we train at Moringa School, which is the future of work skills. So we train our students to be adaptable, to be solution-oriented, to be critical thinkers, and go beyond. As much as we are giving them technical skills, we train them to be adaptable, because as much as we are training, as an example, in a program called Python, 3 years down the line, it's going to change and adjust. So to answer your question, Andu, I think the best way for people to be ready for the future of tech is to learn the modern skills, the modern workplace skills, which involves critical thinking, how to learn and unlearn, how to be adaptable. And that's what we train at Moringa School. So we give you the technical skills, and then we have an add-on so that in case something changes, you're ready for the future. Yeah.
You mentioned a certain percentage. You said something like 70% or so of your students that upon graduation get immediate placement. Of course, I'm going to ask what happens to the other 30. But significantly, which particular industries are they absorbed in?
Yeah.
Yes, this 70%. Then we can deal with the other 30.
So for most of our graduates, they end up into very different kind of tech space. So we have others who get into the startup world, like Andrew was mentioning, companies like Settlement. We have others who go to the big telcos like Safaricom. And we also actually have others who are able to go beyond Kenya, and they're working remotely in Kenya for global institutions like Amazon and the like. So we have graduates who work everywhere, and most of them are in a nutshell, mostly in startups, in telcos, in banks, and beyond, even in the tech giants like Amazon and Google. But beyond that, given that we train our students to be more solutions-oriented, we actually even have entrepreneurs. I think I'm proud every time I meet our graduates who are employing other people. It makes me so happy to see that they're actually contributing to what we always wanted to do, which is to solve the unemployment crisis in Kenya. We have others who even go to the gig work. And something I'm actually inspired about our graduates is you'll tend to find that they are not just stuck to the traditional 8 to 5. You'll find them working for several organizations in online jobs, we have online websites like Turing or Upwork. So they are here working for Spice FM for 3 hours, then next they're working for an organization in the US for 8 hours or so.
When we look at these numbers,
now
let's get to the 30%.
Yeah.
What happens to them?
I think I'll acknowledge that just like any other education institution, we have that not everyone is absorbed into the marketplace.
Yes.
But at Moringa School, we build a community that will be strong and will support you through and through. We have a career readiness department that focuses on following up with alumni. In case they are stuck, they invite them back to present their projects again to employers. In case they don't get placed into jobs, we reskill them through additional programs that we have. We normally actually have special discounts for alumni so that they can constantly become relevant to the marketplace. And in addition to that, anytime we have like a careers fair where we bring back employers, or events where people compete in terms of how their projects look like, we constantly bring them back and try to walk with them through this journey. Some of them might not get placed within the 12 months that most of our graduates are placed, but we walk with them beyond that.
Okay. Now, the demand for these courses, what sort of situation do you find yourself in where the demand outstrips what you can do? Meaning, how many institutions do you have? And if there's a demand, in what specific fields do you see a greater demand than in others?
Tech cuts across everywhere. In all organizations, you need like a website that is a technical expert behind that screen. So our graduates go through all fields because as long as you're in this modern age, you need a software developer in each department. as long as you're in this fourth industrial revolution, there's a lot of data. You need a data scientist, someone who's going to help you analyze the data and the trends. So to answer your question, CT, they go everywhere, in all from insurance companies to education companies like Moringa School to e-commerce companies like Jumia. So they're spread across. They're actually agnostic to the industry that they go to. Yeah.
Andrew, one of the things that has come up, and I mean most recently, the last couple of years, is AI. And there are lots of companies that are obviously going into the AI space and requiring artificial intelligence for operations. What support does Moringa give to students who are then entering into those spaces? And then, of course, that goes to guaranteed support for companies in the future.
Right. The funny thing about tech is that we can get very buzzwordy. We can use a lot of AI jargon, AI, machine learning.
I know it's artificial intelligence, but what is it?
So, again, another masterclass in tech. AI is a branch of computational thinking. It's the ability for a computer to think and make judgments.
Judgments?
Yes. At the base level, that's what it is. And there are a lot of techniques that go into that. You need to teach it like a child. You need to correct it when it goes wrong. But AI, at the base form, is the ability for a computer or a machine, let me say a machine, to think and make judgments and make decisions based on a lot of data that you feed it. Now, I know that sounds very Terminator, like
the machine will eat you later.
Sound like Terminator. It is a Terminator.
Literally Skynet.
Yes.
But what I was saying is that sometimes in the tech ecosystem, we're very full of a lot of jargon, and it can get gated sometimes such that people don't understand what we mean or what we're doing. The penetration of AI has been something that's been going on for quite a few years. I think it's just now between late 2019 and present is when now it's really started to actualize. The consumer can actually use AI in their day-to-day life. To say that businesses are heavily relying on AI might not be the most accurate statement. There are some businesses who are fully running on AI, and there are some businesses who are adopting AI, and then there are businesses who don't know what's going on. Right. I think our stance as Moringa is to, first of all, demystify and educate people on what that means. Right. We have, for example, our course for AI on business experts, just so that people who are not technically inclined understand what is ChatGPT, for example, or what is AI, because there are other forms of AI that you've been using for years that, like predictive texting, that you didn't know about. And our goal, as I said, is just to demystify and educate people. They don't have to be AI experts or machine learning engineers. They just need to understand what tech can do for them in different spheres.
Okay, so let me jump on something because I may have missed it. Because what we're saying is that, yes, there are students who come to Moringa who are sitting in class, under the instruction of Andrew, for example, and others. But then there's also an opportunity for Moringa to take its training to already established businesses whereby you do an upskilling course, etc., etc. So this is where something like this would fit in, because everybody's talking about ChatGPT and AI, whatever, and you can say, yes, we're this way inclined. But Moringa would essentially come in and say, look, let's show you what this exactly means. Let's point you in the direction of how you could use it, if necessary for you. But let's just tell you that these are the world trends, yes. But let's show you how you could, if necessary, use it, yes?
Absolutely. Okay. And I just want to thank the boys and girls back at Moringa HQ for building such a strong brand. I think Moringa is in a place where we can actually make some influential tech decisions and also bring people to a discussion around things like this. So we have the brand that's backing us up. But essentially, yes, we do have our B2C, business to customer courses that Fiona talked about, such as data science and software engineering and UI and UX. But we equally have our B2B courses, business to business courses. We've worked with Safaricom, we've worked with Equity, we've worked with M-Pesa Foundation, we've worked with Strathmore and all other companies, just to make sure that if they feel that there's a professional gap, technically inclined, obviously, in their institution or in their company, we're able to tailor build for them something that suits their need. And if this would be AI, for example, just demystifying what that means, we're able to come in and do that.
What about B2G? G in this case meaning government. And look, in the recent past, we've seen a lot of things happening up and down. There's been breach on systems, etc., etc. But let me ask it this way. As there is obviously this symbiotic relationship between Moringa School and businesses, could we imagine something whereby there would be an upscaling that was then necessary to be done for government? And we're talking about, ICT ministries, communications authority and places like this, whereby the skill required, in order for government function to continue. Is there such an opportunity? Is it being thought about?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. And actually, we are working with government. We've been able to create bespoke programs for government arms like KRA.
Bespoke?
Sorry?
Not woke.
Bespoke. We've been able to...
What is bespoke?
Yes. We've been able to tailor-make our programs to fit the timelines for certain companies like KRA. So in case they want data scientists, but they only have 12 weeks available, we tailor-make it for them. We have worked with the Nairobi County government to upskill some of their members. So we, to answer your question, yes, we actually are working with the government, and we just sent an MOU with the G2ME program, and we are glad that you're going to be part of that program to make sure that we are upskilling people in local county governments.
Yeah, we're also actually currently running a data visualization class with the judiciary.
Yeah.
Yes.
Data
visualization,
please.
Let's just set a caveat here. Everything that you say for the next 10 minutes, there must be a definition.
Yes.
We need to have a section for
yes. Technically speak it as much as you like, but then explain.
Yes. Right. So data visualization. We're all familiar with Microsoft Excel, correct? CC?
Excel.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So Excel is where you'd put around...
See, it's the one which appears next to Word.
Sure.
And the next on the other side is PowerPoint.
Exactly.
Well done.
Good. You've seen it. Perfect. So let's say we wanted to show you how many students we've taught at Moringa School. We could put all of that data in a spreadsheet, Excel. And that's a lot of data to go through, right?
Yeah.
Let's say we have maybe 5,000 records. But if we were able to show you a pie chart or a bar graph, right? Or something visual that can be easier to understand, more pleasant to look at, and you can ask very specific questions about it. That, in essence, is data visualization. Taking the hard-coded data and numbers and making it presentable to people who are not technically inclined.
Very good. Now, how do you do this with the judiciary?
So,
do you paint a picture where someone says you've been sentenced to 15 years? Okay. Now, visualize what 15 years in jail will look like. Please, sorry.
So just a nutshell about that course, and we're more than happy to bring that course to Spice FM, just saying. What happens is that we have data sets. Now, the thing about tech is we have different disciplines, and I think that also needs to be demystified. There's so many disciplines in tech. There are very hardcore technical roles, like software engineering, several kinds of engineers that I don't want to talk about right now. And then you also have non-technical roles, right? And one of the byproducts of building all these applications and all these technological things that we have around is the byproduct becomes data, right? For example, think about Safaricom. Safaricom has a lot of data of its M-Pesa users. How much they're transacting, what kind of denomination they're transacting in, where they're transacting, all those kinds of things. Right? And they need to make sure that that data is useful for them, right? So, for example, the judiciary would have a lot of data around judgments or affidavits, something of the sort.
Precedents. Yes.
Or precedents. And that data might look like 1 to 10,000, and we need to make that data useful to them or people who do not work in the judiciary, and walking them through the steps of how to organize that data in a very very edible way. That's the best way I can use it. Cleaning it, making sure that everything is in order, and then visualizing it in charts or in ways people are able to just have a look. Is kind of what we're trying to do in about 12 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to join Moringa School today. How do I go about that? And what is it going to set me back in terms of shillings?
The best way is to go to our website, www.moringaschool.com. Our socials at Moringa School, both Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok. And so our courses, we have a myriad of courses. We have the boot camps, which are 6 months long, and they cost roughly between 130 to 200,000 Kenya shillings. And then we have short courses that are 12 weeks, and they range between 12 weeks part-time, and they range between 30,000 to 55,000. Yeah, that's the range. And we are about to even launch our AI courses, which are going to be as low as 10,000 for one-day courses.
Okay. So then what does one leave Moringa, whether it's a 6-month stint or then whether it's looking at the 12-month stint? What does that arm you with? You know, they say you now have the power to read. Okay, so what am I armed with? I'm armed with a certificate, and then certification that allows me to do what then?
Right. We're working very closely with TVET. We're in very close conversations around what certification looks like. But I really want to drive the point home that the hiring landscape is changing. It's moving from a lot of academic accolades to what we call, forgotten the word. It's your ability to do things.
Practical capacity or the practical applicability of your skill.
Competency-based. That's what I'm looking for. Employers are realizing that it doesn't matter what you've done in university or in any other institution, but what I'm employing you, can you do it?
Right.
And then once I bring you in, are you able to grow in different areas? That's mostly what they're looking for. It's still changing. I'll be honest about the reality of things. I think the landscape is still changing. But for the most part, we're moving to a competency-based environment in the professional setting. And what we equip students and graduates with at Moringa School is that ability to exist in any professional environment, right? They're able to go into healthcare, insurance, banking, tech, with the tech skills that they have, and just flourish. And they're able to also move up. The second thing is that we're creating autodidacts. So people who can learn on the job. They can learn something new. If you gave them biochemistry today to pick up, they're able to navigate that and apply what they're learning. So we do have the certification that we're working on with TVET. But I think if you talk to any of our alumni, they'll be very happy about all the skills that they've gotten from Moringa School that they're able to apply regardless of the discipline.
Right. And are we looking at this applicability on a global stage as well? That people who go to school in Kenya with this information, with this certification, with the skill set and the knowledge, will then be able to flourish in any environment, anywhere, and not just in Kenya?
Yeah. So actually in Moringa School, when we were founded, we realized that we were consuming a lot of tech and not exporting a lot of tech. And when the founder came in, that was her goal, to not only produce high quality tech, but to be able to export. And in order for us to realize that vision, we are working with partners like Flatiron School based off the US to create curriculum that can make our graduates globally competitive. So currently with our market aligned curriculum, we are placing our graduates in a stage where they are able to compete with their peers in Asia, in US. And that's why we have our graduates placed in companies like Amazon and Google. So not only are they able to show what they're doing in their link, they have a link called GitHub. That's where they post what they have done over time, the projects that they have created. And once they post that link, employers globally can be able to see the hard skills that they have, and that is actually what helps them get jobs beyond Kenya.
Yeah. All right. Is there a rolling intake?
Yeah, so we have courses being enrolled every single month for most of the cases. Like right now, we have a software development class coming up in November. My favorite cyber bootcamp coming up this month. So yes, once you go to our website, you'll be able to see all our courses, and I'm sure in November we have all our courses will be on offer.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, both of you, for being here this morning and insights into this and connecting the dots between an education and a career and where the world is going. Fiona Kirui is the Director of Finance and Acting CEO at Moringa School, and Andrew Anampio is the Head of Data Science Instruction at Moringa School. We spoke on the future of technology and what we can actually do with this knowledge. Thanks, both of you, for being here, and hope we can talk again soon.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Emurua Dikir MP Johanna Ngeno has defended President William Ruto's administration over the skyrocketing cost of living, saying everything happening now should be blamed on former President Uhuru Kenyatta's leadership. Speaking in Narok County, the MP said while the Kenya Kwanza administration understands the frustration with the hike in prices of basic commodities, it's time President Ruto makes a move and recovers money allegedly looted during Uhuru's tenure. Ngeno alleged billions of shillings were stolen by the previous regime and stashed in offshore accounts, adding that if recovered, Kenyans will not be grappling with heavy taxes and high cost of living. These are some Kenya Kwanza leaders are urging you to be patient over the cost of living, insisting that President William Ruto has a solution. Speaking in Shinyalu constituency, Kakamega County, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi and National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, they said that the tough times economically have been occasioned by the previous government.
Rais wa Jamhuri anasema kwamba aliwachiwa serikali ambayo ina madeni, watu walikopa kiholela holela, madeni mazito, na akasema hakuna njia nyingine ya sisi kujiokoa bali kuhakikisha kwamba tunatoza ushuru na tunachukua ushuru kutoka katika Kenya ndio tusikope tena.
There cannot be any gain without pain. We know that there are challenges. We know that these challenges are not unique to Kenya. And we know that these challenges are not insurmountable. They will be surmounted. Jana nimezunguka hii Western polepole nikiangalia vile watu wamelima. People are weeding the second crop ya mahindi mwaka huu. Production is increasing, so the cost of food will go down. Tuendelee kulima kwa sababu mbolea iko cheap. Tuendelee kuhifadhi ile kitu tunasema Kimani, tukirudi bunge. Nyinyi kama wabunge, muongezee cereals board pesa. Ikuje inunue mahindi kwa wakulima kwa bei mzuri ili wakulima pia wawe na pesa mfukoni.
National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah and his Senate counterpart Aaron Cheruiyot have equally supported this statement.
Bei ya maisha itaendelea kupanda, bei ya mafuta ikipanda duniani vile tulivyoambiwa hapa. hata na mheshimiwa Titus Kamala na mheshimiwa Wangwe. Bei ya mafuta ikipanda na gharama ya maisha ikipanda, tujiulize tutapandisha incomes kwa njia gani? And I want to say the solution to the high cost of living is to make sure that our incomes and the incomes of our people rise in a commensurate manner with the cost of living.
Senators will this week hold their sittings in Turkana County. The first time the sessions are being held outside Nairobi since the outbreak of the COVID-19. The senators will tomorrow deliberate on a motion by Senate Majority Leader conveying a resolution by the Senate Business Committee that settled on Turkana County as the host county. Now, Water and Irrigation Cabinet Secretary C.S. Ali Swahome has responded to allegations of hesitating to fire embattled at the River Board's former CEO Michael Thuita. This comes as the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission launched investigations on the CS after she denied Thuita's suspension with the anti-graft body, fearing it might interfere with their probe. Thuita is currently under investigation following allegations of malpractice involving billions of public funds. In a statement, CS Swahome confirmed that she is committed to combating corruption, welcoming the EACC to conduct their investigations. And the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse has raised a red flag over the use of bang in secondary schools within Mount Kenya region. Speaking during an anti-drugs campaign at Ruri Secondary School in Mwea, Kirinyaga County, Nakada Central Region Manager Amos Warui said that the increase of bang used was a major concern. He said that as a department, they have started the campaign to schools to help in controlling the mess. He noted that sale of drugs near schools was a major cause of the disaster, calling upon security agencies and county government to help in controlling the issue. And a suspected thug was lynched at Lodwar Estate near Hekima School as two of his accomplices escaped on foot in Kisumu. The three who were on a motorbike and armed with crude weapons waylaid another rider with his pillion passenger and attacked them. Another rider who was passing by during the 6 a.m. incident raised alarm, prompting neighbors to come out to their rescue. The three suspects attempted to escape, but the brand new motorbike they were using veered off and landed in a ditch. Two others managed to escape on foot from the angry mob. The cornered one was beaten to death before his body was set ablaze alongside the motorbike. This is News. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, after 8 o'clock, and we're still looking at busy in these Nairobi streets this morning. We're looking at it heavy on the Thika Superhighway. It's coming in towards the CBD, Moringa Road. We'll look at the split between Moringa Road and Wangari Maathai. Who's this? This is North Airport Road. It's going out towards the Eastern Bypass, and it's coming in from Cabanas, and it looks like it's going to be busy for a while. On Jogo Road, it's busy as well. Uhuru Highway says, this is a party, I'm not being left out of it. It's heavy traffic all the way through Capital Centre, out towards Haile Selassie at the junction, and it's slowing down as you get towards the Bunyalo roundabout, but then all the way through to Haile Selassie, traffic has built up there. Also, Langata Road looks a little bit busy, and we're looking at traffic coming in on Gong Road. Coming out of Westlands, it's also busy as well, touching a little bit on Chiromo. And as you come in from Limuru Road, it's going to split towards Muthaiga, coming out to Peponi, or it'll go through towards the Thika Superhighway and touching on Muthaiga Square. So everywhere you look this morning, it's really busy. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how it opens up. I'm going to need your help this morning, folks. Tell us where you might be stuck or where you find a good route, because it's a busy one. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X and keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Indeed, it is. It's 9 minutes after 8 o'clock. Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning in The Situation Room. And we're getting into it. So, get your cup of coffee, get your cup of something, because it's going to be absolutely necessary today. We will sweat and we need to replenish that moisture because it's a tough one, this next conversation. And our guests are seated for that. Tell you about that in a moment. But remember that the 29th of October will deliver Kenya's largest single-day athletics event by way of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Where will you be? You'll be at Uhuru Gardens. How will you get there? Well, I'm not quite sure. But in order for you to get there, what you need to do is register on www.nairobimarathon.com, and then you pay the 2,000 shillings, and then you register for the 10K, the 21K. You saw people running yesterday in Berlin, that kind of business. The 42K, the full thing. See how long it takes you to do that. But because you've registered and because you've participated, many young people in the Future Makers program will have the opportunity to earn, learn and grow, especially girls and people with disability. So there's an opportunity for you to run for your health and strength, but it's also an opportunity to run so that those in a disadvantaged position can get some help. Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Log on today, register, and let's do the business on the 29th of October. All right. Speaking about business this hour, and speaking about money, and speaking about debt, and where are we in terms of numbers. Like I said, our guests for this hour are seated in the studio. Bill Okoh is no guest, rather no stranger to the Situation Room. Bill Okoh is former chair of Senate Finance and Budget Committee, and he's joined by Dr. Patrick Mwende this morning, who is an economic and financial expert. Gentlemen, good morning to you and happy Monday.
Good morning. Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Okay, like I said, it's a hot one because there's a lot going on in the country today. Debt through the roof, expectations of payment of that debt in less than a year, rising taxes, the expectation on the shoulders of Kenyans today. So we're going to go through it and see, well, so where are we and what needs to happen? But before we get into that, CT has a proverb from a country somewhere in East Africa to welcome you.
It's a country I think the two of you gentlemen will be familiar with. Have you heard of a country called Kenya?
There's one we know at least.
It may be changing every day, but
There's one we know.
There's one, maybe there's a country called Kenya which you knew, and there's one which you know, but then may not necessarily be the same country.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes,
I think around this time, I'm not be sure which country we're talking about. The Kenya we know is changing.
Isn't it just? Yes. Okay. This is a proverb that was sent to me by a friend of ours who's also a keen listener and has participated in the show, and he thought it would be a good proverb. Now, he got the proverb from his friend. The gentleman is called Boaz Waruku. His friend is called Bernard Gashie. Now, I didn't know how they got to understand that I was actually going to talk about Kenya this week, but it fits in. Now, because they're Kenyan proverbs, I will allow our listeners or ask them to try and identify where they think these proverbs come from. Because one of the things I found with time, these proverbs are shared by most communities. It's just that because the language in which they're first expressed is different, but you'll find the proverbs are more or less the same. Stealing the village drum may be easy, but finding a place to beat it peacefully is the problem.
Below.
Yeah.
What does this mean to you? You're nodding in knowledge, wonderment.
And now, it sounds very truthful. I mean, we are all brought up in an African village setting, and we know it sounds so truthful. When you steal a drum, obviously, the drum is for beating. But so my take maybe is not correct, but what I think is that you may still the resources of the country, but you still need a country to use those resources in or something. But I think Patrick would be better.
Oh no! It's actually the beauty of interpreting a proverb is that you can't be wrong.
Yes,
it's how it resonates with you, and you put it well. I hadn't thought of what you're saying, but it's yes. You take something that isn't yours. Now the problem is, how are you going?
How will you use it?
Yes, I say, how will you get away with it?
Yeah,
because you have it. How will you use it without it? Because it'll point, the very thing you've taken is what will point at you and say, that is the culprit, that's the person who did this.
Indeed. What about you, Doctor?
For me, it's I will also relate to part of what we have in scripture, that what we do in secret will eventually come to haunt us or manifest somewhere. And looking at the context we are in, there's a lot of talking out there, there's a lot of projection of a very prosperous country, but eventually the data will tell us the truth. And I think we came here to talk about numbers. The numbers are going to tell us the truth. So while we can steal the drum, when we beat it, the truth will come out. And I think this is the facts we saw last week. The data is coming for the first year, and this is official data, because this is the data of the control on budget. And I think there are a lot of interesting things that we need to look at there. So what we're doing in darkness is manifesting in reality.
It is similar to what the English say, you can run but you can't hide.
Yes. Yes,
it is.
Okay, well, let's look at some of these numbers, shall we? And then maybe we can have an idea of where we really are. 250 billion. That the government surpasses the debt ceiling by 250 billion shillings and hits the 10.25 trillion in borrowing. Okay? Park that. Development expenditure drops below 15%. Recurrent hits 85%. So that means in terms of developing, where Kenya's not developing anything, there's nothing new, there's nothing going on in terms of development. But recurrent expenditure, which then comes in terms of wages, payments, travel, things like that, is at 85%. So if you have 100%, 85% is being spent regularly, 15% is being spent in what should be developing the country. All right? Government travel expenditure to June 2023 was at 20.3 billion shillings. So from new government until June, 20.3 billion.
It's a lot of traveling, huh?
In it. The Office of the President, the Office of the Deputy President, and the Prime Cabinet Secretary lead in travel spending. Parliament has spent 9.1 billion shillings on travel and 2.9 billion on foreign travel. Let's be clear. 9.151 billion shillings on travel, which is local, which is complete. But of that 9.1, 2.9 billion is foreign travel. We can go on and on and on. But the Control of Budget also did come out, and she gave some interesting numbers as well in terms of what has or not been spent. We'll look at that in a little while. But this is what it looks like today in terms of what is owed. If we look at external that is owed as well, 2024 is coming very quickly. The 2 billion shilling Eurobond is due.
$1 billion.
$1 billion, exactly. $2 billion Eurobond is due June 2024. So that's kind of what it looks like right now. And what we are being told is that in order to make the payments on all of these things, the surefire way of having that done is to tax people in the country a little bit more. And we'll get a few more shillings in the basket, which will allow these payments to be made from both of you, starting with you, Bilo. Is that true? Can we actually make all these payments and be fine with increasing the taxes on people? And what does the state of these numbers that we have introduced so far tell of Kenya today?
If you borrow more than your capacity, even as an individual, where do you end up? You end up in a bankruptcy. You end up in your properties being being auctioned and so forth. For a government, the situation is no different. If you live beyond your means, if you live large, as we have done in this country called Kenya, and it catches up with us like now, and as they admitted themselves that they are under receivership, then the price to pay is going to be high, and that price will be paid by the taxpayers, no one else. And so this is why you see all this clamor for taxes on everything. It's about raising money every which way you can. Tax, and this, I think we haven't seen it's just the beginning. This is the first year of the 5-year term of this government. And once you have gone into an IMF admission list, you have been put on ICU, and then the prescriptions are going to be pretty tough, and all of it will be about cutting down on employment, on wage freeze and those things, but increasing on taxes and make the situation very difficult. However, the sad thing is that even in this difficult situation, the government continues to live large. That we are seeing 85% of the money in the first year of office being spent on recurrent expenditure, contrary to the law, the Public Finance Management Act, which requires not more than 70% to be, at least a third should go to development. So we have a situation where they tell us we are in crisis, we are in ICU, we are in a receivership, but they have not changed their way of life completely. It's still the same way. They still can spend the way you have seen. So the situation is pretty tough. And I think for me, everything about our current situation is largely because of the debt. And because of the debt, we have got our shilling that has been devalued substantially. Because of the debt, we have to raise a lot of different taxes. And because of the debt, then our cost of living and all these things, because of the two I've mentioned, then gets worse, and the condition, the situation of Kenyans getting worse by the day. So in my view, really, I haven't seen any significant focus by this administration on the issue of how to manage the debt.
Okay, so at this stage, what we're doing is a diagnosis, right, of what we are looking at here. For you, Patrick, what do you see with the numbers and with clarity, what we are seeing in the country today? What do you see as a situation for Kenya economically right now?
I think I want to put the numbers in context first. We walk back a bit.
Okay.
When the Kenya Kwanza administration came and when the president took office, one of the things that he was very ambitious about was taxes. You remember the discussion about 5 trillion tax in the next 5 years. What are the numbers telling us? We've looked at the expenditure side. Let's look at the revenue. The Control of Budget reported tax revenue was 1.96 trillion. Now, in June 2022, the last year of the Kenyatta administration, KRA collected 2.034 trillion. So the Kenya Kwanza has underperformed on tax revenue compared to the Kenyatta administration. So that's one. Put that in the
same time period, if you want
in
to
the same time period, yes, because that was the data in June 2022.
Yes.
The Controller of Budget has reported 1.96 tax revenue. So we have underperformed. Okay, we have added new taxes this current year from July. Now, the first one that became effective that we can count was the VAT on petrol and petroleum products. Now, when you look at the budget review and outlook paper that's out for public participation right now, which was issued last week, go to the fiscal policy proposals and the actual revenue that was collected for August 2023. Now, KRA had targeted 410 billion. They only collected 351 billion. Now, that includes the component of the VAT on petroleum products because they came effective on July. Now, what I'm not sure is whether the August revenue data includes the housing levy, because the housing levy was collected and backdated
to July
in August. So I'm not sure whether the companies and businesses already remitted to be included in that data. So we already know now the taxes are not being productive. And this is the question we've been asking. When we say more taxes, exactly what are we saying? Now, I've kept on saying Kenya is part of a broader global economic system. There are certain rules about economics that are universal and across board to all of us. And I think there have been a clip that has been on social media, and I think most of us might have seen it, the lava curve, where you cannot grow a country through taxes. The higher you tax, the more taxes become counterproductive. Now, let me put this in numbers, in at personal level. Now, the housing levy, many of us were opposed to it. Now, the moment it became an act, you don't have a choice. So you have to pay it. Because you are a responsible citizen, it's a civic obligation to pay that tax. Because the government has declared it a tax and a levy. So I don't choose whether I'll pay it or not. But that is only one side of the equation. Now, I have control on how I spend. Okay? So while the government can impose the tax, the law, you cannot dictate how the citizens decide to consume. So if, for example, I feel that the VAT on petroleum products is expensive, I choose whether to drive or not. And the government cannot dictate that. So the fact that I cannot avoid the law does not remove my discretion on how I spend. And this is where the counterproductivity of the taxes is coming in.
Okay.
Now, we have also started seeing how businesses are making decisions. I think last week, the second largest taxpayer in the country, who is East African Breweries, declared about 168 positions redundant. And actually, they talked about expensive business operating environment. Now, as we move towards the quarter, probably by December, we are going to see more, and I project we are going to see more businesses making that decision. Because the levies that they are paying, it is either has to be compensated through their incomes, and if they are not driving their sales, what choice do they have? Now, unlike government, we've seen the government continue to be extravagant, and the government does not seem to be sensitive and alive to the operating environment in which they are in for businesses. And at the end of the day, it has to make returns where it matters most. So you can't see the numbers coming in. The businesses will have to make a decision. And that decision becomes counterproductive to the government on targets. And we have seen, I think Treasury tried to voice this last week, where they said they are not seeing changes in the revenues despite the high taxes. And for me, I think we are doing wild shots in taxation. Now, the problem...
But how is that possible? And maybe we can just insert on that and then maybe split here. How is it possible, number one, that a government says we need to collect more taxes because our debt burden is here. We need to run the country. That's also up here in terms of priority. We, however, said we are raising the taxes in order to allow us to do so. But at the same time, they're saying, but we are not realizing the fruits of this tax collection. How is that possible? How can that be?
It is. It is. It's basic common sense. Now, the cow is not producing milk. And you continue to milk it more, and you're not feeding it. how does it produce more milk? Now look at, like, even when you talk about the debt, because we've been told this debt was inherited. Is that true? The data is no. The Control on Budget report, the debt as at June 2022 was 8.63 trillion. The debt as at June 2023 was 10.25 trillion. So that is a net increase of debt of more than 1.5 trillion. So in actual sense, actually we have borrowed more than the Kenyatta administration. So while we say we inherited the debt, there's no mechanisms to cut down on the debt. But let's try to understand the development expenditure, because that's where the catch is. Now, the development expenditure is supposed to be investment into the economy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the Constitution of Kenya, which is the supreme law, dictates that 30% of the government spending must go to development. Now, the Control on Budget has reported the national government itself spent only 14.9%, okay, on development expenditure. Counties, you look at the report for the county governments, they spend 22.7% on development. Overall, national government and county government, when you compute the average spending on development, it will come to about 15.6%. So that's one side. Now, let's look at the key drivers of this cost government spending. Now, because you cannot talk about this cost in isolation. Where is the tax that we collected? The 1.96 trillion, when did it go? Number one, the priority expenditure is debt. Now, interest expense, the interest, not the principal, took 683 billion. Interest expense only. And that is the first charge. When you compute the percentage of that to 1.96, it comes to around 30, almost 36%. Now, the second priority charge of government in government spending programs is salaries and emoluments.
Yes.
Now, the national government alone, excluding NIS and military spending, salaries, they spend 542 billion. Okay, that does not include the NIS expenditure, military emoluments, because those are classified as security. And then there's the consolidated fund services. These are the salaries that are paid to the president, constitutional commissions, and even parliament, because they draw the money directly from the CFS. So their salaries are not part of the 542 billion. So that's only what went to the civil service and state agencies. The counties themselves, they spend 190.1 billion. Now, when you take the total of the salaries and emolument, excluding NIS, military, and consolidated fund services, we spent 732 billion on salaries and wages. Now, those are consumers.
Yes.
So in a nutshell, when you pair that against the revenue collected, the actual revenue collected, we are spending at least 72% on debt interest and salaries. When you include those consolidated fund services, military and all that expenses, assuming they spend another 80 billion on salaries, then you're talking about 76% of the revenue going to salaries and debt repayment. So what is left to do development? Now, when you look at the development component for the national government, most of the development component in national government is transfers to sagas. Okay? So the ministries have sagas. So the spending, the transfers, most of the transfer they make to the agencies under them is counted as development.
It's counted as development, but it's actually moving money from point A to point B.
Point B. And when they go to these agencies, they also have the emoluments. They are recurrent expenses. So the actual investment into the economy is negligible.
So there's a problem, Bilo, isn't there? There's a problem here from these numbers that we are seeing. Bilo smiling that smile. Look, let's take a break and then we can come back and try and open this up just a little bit more for us to understand what's really going on. It's easy for us to pontificate. It's easy for us to have our eyebrows up and say, my goodness, what's going on? But then it's important for us to understand these numbers and where they ought to go vis-a-vis where they are going. It's a money conversation on Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And we continue in a short while at 28 minutes to 9 o'clock. Bilo Kero, Patrick Mwinde are our guests this hour and into the next. We'll look at this and open it up a little bit when we come back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's betting, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 26. We'll see highs of 26 as well in a sunny Nakuru at 16. It's mostly sunny at 17 in Nyeri, highs of 25, and 25 will also be the high in a sunny Eldoret at 16. It's 26 and sunny looking into Mombasa, and we'll see sunny conditions at 27 in Malindi, 21 and sunny in Kisumu, and 20 and sunny in Kakamega. The sun is up in Kampala as well at 24 and 23. We're looking at sunny conditions in Dar es Salaam. That's 19, I beg your pardon, in Kampala. All right, looking into Johannesburg, 15 degrees and partly cloudy, going to highs of 24 and 24 and partly cloudy in Lagos, going to highs of 30. We'll also see highs of 30 in a partly sunny Kinshasa at 24.
Spice up your life.
All right, really busy this morning on the Thika Superhighway, and we're also looking at Uhuru Highway, packing in a punch with traffic coming into the CBD. All the way, Mombasa Road is, trickling along. Some folks are diverting towards the Southern Bypass, which is all right as you're getting into the city. The Thika Superhighway busy. Also some traffic coming in on Kiambu Road. Not too bad, actually. We've been able to get through the worst of it from what I can see. Outer Ring also looks good as you're getting in from the junction. Either you're coming in from the Thika Superhighway or you're coming in from Cabanas and then out towards North Airport Road. That is busy. The Eastern Bypass also taking up quite some of that with in and outbound traffic. We're in traffic hour, folks, and we'll be here for about an hour or so. Let's keep our wits about and hopefully we can keep things moving. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
One thing we do know that if Kenya is to borrow again, as prescribed by law, that if Kenya is to borrow, that money is to go for development, right? Kenya cannot, if you borrow money, it's for development, or in a very rare circumstance, to then make up for any budgetary deficit on cash spending. That we know. These monies that have been borrowed, from what Patrick is telling us this morning, is that number one, tax money that has come in has largely been spent on recurrent expenditure, fulfilling the wage bill. And then we also see transfers of cash and development money. Maybe we'll make up for some 26%, because that's what would make sense, isn't it? That what is left would go towards development. However, Kenya has a debt of 10.025, and a debt means you borrow the money, isn't it? But we are seeing that the 26% does not make up for what this debt should actually go to. So where would the discrepancy come, and how would that be explained? That you owe this money to external, and we know that the only reason why you would borrow was for development. but we're not even seeing 30% of development expenditure. So where did the money go? I think is a simple question here.
No, I think this question we have discussed many times in the last decade or more. The numbers is simple arithmetic. Your income, you're told, is 2 trillion. Your income. Simple arithmetic. And your expenditure, the budget, the most conservative figures now adjusted is 3.9 trillion. Of course, that doesn't include the debt, principal debt payments. So 3.9 trillion is what you want to spend. And you're collecting 2 trillion.
Yeah.
You can see the difference minus anybody. Even the kids can tell you it's 1.9 trillion.
You don't have
that. That has to be borrowed. You don't have it. Now, and then you are told, and that is more than, is more than 50%. Of more than actually, because you're collected 2 and you're collecting 1.9 is almost 50-50.
Almost 50% of the budget.
Yeah, but you've said your development is 15%. So clearly, over the last more than a decade now, we have been borrowing money to finance consumption. I mean that's no brainer. Everyone knows that that's what has been happening. The issue of this Eurobond, for example, which is due next year, was very controversial. You remember when that $2 billion was taken, the government was under pressure to explain if this thing went to development, where? Give us the figures. Yeah. And the government to date has not been able to explain. The same thing happens to all this borrowing that they are doing. So clearly, if you ask, then the answer to your simple question is the money is being spent on consumption. And that's the reality in this country. We're just simply borrowing money for consumption. Never mind what they tell you in rallies or in parliament. That's the reality. And again, the other interesting thing is that this government cannot afford to hide certain things. When you look at the budget policy documents which were tabled early this year, clearly they showed in those budget policy statements that the government is going to borrow. For the 5 years they're going to be in power, this administration. Their own figures that they had put in the budget policy documents, 5 trillion more. But that is assuming that they will collect all the revenues which are targeted, which they are not able to, obviously. You target 2.5 trillion, you collect 2 trillion. You target 2.7, you collect 2.1. So the difference means, again, you'll still have to borrow. So the borrowing in this administration is not going to get worse. That's clear. And so unless two things happen, that one, this government wakes up to the reality that this borrowing is going to cost them their jobs. That's the only way. That's the only language. That's why this debate on cost of living was very important. On the streets, off the streets, that was the critical debate. That's the language that government does not want, because they know that ultimately it will mean cut down on what you're doing.
So the reality of the situation is that the control of budget wants a special audit of our public debt, right? That's number one. That up until 30th June 2023, 9.5 billion shillings was borrowed. Public debt is now at 10.2 trillion, up from 8.6 trillion in June. That means in 1 year, it has risen by 1.6.
No. Yeah. That's, you see, Patrick knows those are the other loans.
That's only the central bank.
Those are only figures central bank published. But let me tell you, there are loans that have been committed, but have not yet been, included. When you go to a bank and sign on to something, but it has not yet started, the drawdown has not started or something.
We've not started paying back.
Two, the loans that the government guarantees for state corporations, which is huge, is normally not included in those central bank figures also.
Why?
Because those are different institutions. Yeah. I mean, if you guarantee Kenyan's loan for, say, 10 billion, that guarantee, ultimately, it is going to be the government as a liability that will ultimately, for most state corporations. So when you actually say our loan is at 10.25, that's an understatement. Our loan could be higher by a more significant figure, almost another 3-4 billion, because of those commitments and because of those state corporation loans that have been guaranteed and so forth. So that's why when you find, and this I think the media also is to blame. Let me tell you, the president goes to the US and says we have got 8.7 billion from somewhere to buy some electric buses. It's not a grant, it's not free money, but the way the media would put it, they will use the word support the government. It is a loans. There's nobody who's giving you free money. So every time they go out, and you hear about, the government is going to get this, the government is going to get that. These are all commitments, one way or the other, which ultimately, very rare circumstances would it be a grant, and in that case it would be whatever. So I think that's the challenge we're having. There's a lot of money being borrowed. And even when they have borrowed...
Is that the problem? I don't know that. Is that the problem? A lot of money is being borrowed. It doesn't seem to be complete to me. A lot of money is being borrowed, and it is not clear what that money is being used for. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah. You see, even when I was in Parliament, the issue of getting government to accept an independent audit of the debt stock of this country has been a very controversial one. They won't. Never mind what the controller says. But for the government of Kenya to come and say, okay, we want PwC, we want an independent body to come and audit what our debt stock is, that has been a challenge. Even now, when we have a debt management office with senior people, very competent, who are running it, by and large, the issues of debts are always being handled by other aspects of the government, whether it's State House or Treasury or others. So this is the challenge. That is it's not just about. There are many issues of debt. For example, when this government came in, you remember the Treasury bill, which is what they borrow daily to every month to pay salaries and so forth until they collect their revenue, was around 7.8, 7.9. And you remember the president saying that I will not allow the Treasury bill rates, to go to 10. Do you know now it's 15-16%? It's just like me and you borrowing from a bank. In fact, sometimes higher than what me and you are borrowing from. And this has not happened in this country. There's no time in the history of this country that a government whose debt is guaranteed, because this is one of the safest debt you can ever, in any government. They're called sovereign debts. I mean, it's guaranteed. They have preferential rights to pay any government, whether this one goes or not. You cannot have this kind of rates. So what it means is that the government its appetite has become so much that it's now become. That's why our banks are making trillions in budget, in revenue, in profits.
Maybe I can add something.
Yes, please, because I was just going to say. I mean, just before I was just going to say that it is clear what the situation is, but then it is clear that the lack of an appetite to, number one, be very open and honest about what's going on, and then at the same time try to fix the problem, then becomes an issue. But then a lot of people say, well, let them do whatever they want to do, without realizing the effect that it has. The cost of living conversation, which you brought up, does this not bear direct impact on that? And if it does, how does it?
Maybe we need to demystify the use of credit. Now, within the economic language, credit is not bad per se. And this is what economists call financial leverage. Financial leverage simply means you're using somebody's money to create more money. Okay? So as long as you are able to use somebody's money to create more money, then there's nothing wrong with debt. So you can actually use debt 100% in that context. Now, that equilibrium collapses the moment you're not able to leverage. If you're not able to leverage, for example, if we say, like the Constitution says, because this is part of the principles of the Constitution and Article 201, that public debt is strictly for development expenditure.
Yes.
Now, go to the budget itself. Development expenditure under the budget that has just ended was planned at 715 billion. Okay? Now, there have been 2 amendments that were done, supplementary amendments. Now, the supplementary amendment reduced from 715 billion to 518 or thereabout. So the current administration actually cut down on development expenditures in the budget itself through supplementary.
With explanation?
Without explanation, because what they did, they cut down on development, but they increased the recurrent in the budget, in the supplementary. And that's why you see, like, when you read the Control on Budget report, there is supplement. In fact, every sentence they are saying this was the amount original budget. Supplementary 1 reduced it to this. Supplementary 2 changed it to this. So as you read the report, that is recurrent. Now, this is one thing that we're saying. At the budget stage, when Parliament is considering the budget in June, the budget appears balanced. But immediately after that, you trigger something that starts working against development expenditure in favor of recurrent.
Why?
But then,
I'm sorry, Patrick. Why would you do that? And I think it's important for us to explain this. Like the ABCs. Why would you put a budget which is very public, right, to let people know this is what we want to spend, because that's what the budget process is. This is what we want to spend, and this is how we're going to spend it, and this is where the money is going to come from. Those three things, very simply put, but that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Why would you then come after the fact and then say, actually, you know what? We're going to reduce on this component, which you're constitutionally bound to do, but we're going to reduce that in the supplementary budget and not give any explanation for it, and then just go ahead as though, it's raining on Monday and the sun will shine later. Why would you do that?
You see, those are direct contraventions to the Constitution. Because when you look at the order of budgeting, there's one, the economic policy, that is passed in February. We call them budget policy statement. Now, the budget policy statement sets the overall numbers for the country. Now, this is what is based on what the economists are projected, what is realistic from the country. Now, at the stage of supplementary, you are not supposed to go outside what was passed at the economic plan. So the moment the budget supplementary estimates are being done against the BPS, we are already breaching the Constitution. Now, this is one of the roles of failures of oversight, because Parliament does not go back and ask, now, we budgeted for this amount of money, why have we reduced it? They'll be part of the conveyor belt that allows these adjustments. But then let's get the numbers themselves. Now, the public debt, and I think Bill has just said that. Now, it's a very complex issue for us. Now, there's the debt portfolio that is with the central bank, and that is where those numbers are being picked. There's what we call off-balance sheet debt. These are debt that are held by state agencies. For example, I'll give you a very good example. When you go to Kenya Railways accounts, the one that be audited by the Auditor General, you find a debt of about 350-something billion. Okay? It is carried in those books. That debt is not in Central Bank, but it is in the books of Kenya Railway. Which loan is that?
Who owes who what, Patrick?
Which loan is that is normally carried in the Kenya Railways? It is the SGR loan. So the SGR loan is not part of what we are counting here. That's exactly what it means. Now, IMF has been pushing the government to declare that loan, or those off-balance sheet loans. And the current estimate is about 3 point something. We know it's about over 3.5 trillion, but it's not part of that debt. But then let's come to understand this. We are Kenyans and we understand what is happening. Now, we know part of the budget, and I've said this clearly several times when I appeared here, you cannot get money from government if it is not in the plan and not in the budget. Okay? So if I want to steal money from the government, I have to put it in the plan. It has to be budgeted and get approved. So now let's understand this public debt. What we are borrowing for development, let's say we borrow it for development. But we know in these projects, we have padded corruption. Now, it's only in Kenya where we are spending 1.2, 1.5 billion per kilometer of road. Our neighbors are spending 200, 250 million.
Above 1.5.
Yes.
Sometimes they spend 10 billion on some roads.
On road.
Per kilometer.
Yes.
Per kilometer.
And the same companies that are building roads in Kenya are the same companies that are building those roads in the region. But in those regions, the other countries are paying 250 million, 350 million. In Kenya, it's $1 billion, 5, 3, 4 times.
So
more.
the question, the answer to the question.
Let me put it another way.
Yeah.
Your question you asked, let me put it another way. Budget is a political instrument. Let's start from there. Budgeting is a political process. And government does these things for political, so that they can also get some, feel good thing on the budget. Our budget is big, our budget has this or that. That's the political aspect. They have to give that spin. So they have to put in, even when they have no money. And they know they don't have money, they're only getting 2 trillion. They have to prepare a budget of 4 trillion so that they can have expenditures for this and for the government, for roads, for what, so that you feel that the government is doing something.
Yes.
For the people. That's the political side of it. But I think the main question you're asking also is about accountability. The challenge we have in this country is about accountability. Governments have gotten away with all these problems that you have seen without any form of accountability or without any penalties or being, and yet the law is very clear that even an accounting officer in a ministry, if he or she spends above the budget or anything outside the budget, there are penalties provided for in law. But you rarely see any penalties. So what happens is that there's no accountability, and people do what they want to do, in government. This is the challenge. So, and let me tell you, for me, I always insisted that the buck really stops at the president, because unless you say no, people must be accountable for everything in government, including myself. But when you have the first institution that the controller reports has spent over the budget is your office. Like what she reported in last quarter about the State House expenditures on travel and so forth. You are the first person, who disregards, all those budget limits. Then, the question of accountability does not arise, will not be taken anyway. So I think that is it. So it all boils down to the challenge you have in this. It's good leadership. It's about governance. If we don't really take governance seriously, we'll talk about these loans. We'll talk about, every day you see about people complaining that the government has spent, and this is from the Auditor General and the Controller, outside the budget, things that have not been budgeted for has been spent. And you don't see anybody being penalized. You don't see anybody being dealt with in any way in accordance with the law. And so these things continue to happen. But I think those are the issues. And I think what he says about corruption being budgeted for in this country is a reality. If you want, you can walk into Treasury, if you have connections, and have a particular road that you want to do as the contractor to be budgeted for. And it will be budgeted for and resources allocated and you will get that job. And it's happening. You have got some liability that has not been paid. You can, if you have connections in Treasury, get it budgeted for through the Parliament and through the Treasury, and that money will get paid to you. I mean, so we have in a situation where integrity really, and it's the main problem, and that's all about governance. That's the challenge we have. So when somebody tells you, we are going to do this, frankly, you read about all these things, the situation keeps on getting worse. But for me, that the challenge now is not about the politics. It's about the reality that people are finding life to be extremely difficult, and the government is oblivious to the suffering.
But Mheshimiwa, it isn't
oblivious. That's the word I want to use.
It isn't that they're finding it extremely difficult. It's impossible, not difficult. Because if what you're saying is taken at face value, then the end of the road that we keep speaking of and saying, at what point will Kenyans get to the point where they cannot stretch anymore? There are those who argue. It is amazing how Kenyans keep adjusting to this. Those of you who understand economics, there's a point where there's no elasticity.
Yes.
There's a breaking point.
Yes.
Yes, there's a point beyond which you can't, forget explaining anything away, you cannot simply accommodate the situation. So, in essence, is it when, for instance, the government has set this budget for themselves with the help of their friends in the Bretton Woods institutions, when the revenue they expect from the taxes keeps dropping, because it's going to drop, it's going to continue dropping.
Yes.
Which means the very things that we say we were borrowing for and the debts that we already have, which are scheduled to be paid, will get to a point where they will not be paid because we will not be able to pay them irrespective of what we do.
Yeah.
Now, I think we need to also start putting it at the broader context, because we are seeing the indicators. For example, and I think those, if you look at my article on Saturday, I talked about the logic of government trying to export labor. See, the government has taken it as an official policy now. It's a kind of admitting we cannot create employment in the country. Let's encourage our people to go and work out there. Now, that's one of the indicators of government admitting failure indirectly. It is the sovereign duty of any government to ensure the environment is able to work for the people and create employment. Now, here we have a government that has taken an official policy that we can't help go out there. Of course, it's my right to choose where I work. So citizens on their own They are able to choose if they choose to go and work outside the country. You can't control that. But it can never be an official policy to do that. Now, one, because you will be losing your capital, your human capital, which is one of the most critical component of development. Now, the high taxes, because we start seeing how these policies are playing together. Now, in the mind of the government, they're thinking it's hustlers who are going to go and work out there. But here we are, the ones who are in professional and who are in employment, they're now feeling a very huge tax burden. So it's not the hustlers who will leave the country. The professionals will also leave the country because they want to run out of the high tax burden. And we can look at it. Look at the health sector. We have no doctors. We have not nurses. We have no lab technicians. But Kenya is one of the highest exporters of healthcare workers to the developed nations. Go to the US, go to Australia, go to Europe.
But Dr. if you look at this, really, is this a failure of the government to absorb the manpower? Because we're exporting what we have, which means we have that manpower. And even if we don't export all of it, is it the ability of the government to absorb them, or simply a refusal to find ways and means of absorbing them? Like you keep hearing this story of they add to the numbers of teachers. They actually don't. What they do is they replace teachers who have retired.
Of course. Yeah. You see now, look at what is happening. Look at the higher education. We are already talking about spending billions in investing these people to train them at the university. So you train engineers, you train doctors, you train pharmacists. But they are not on the productive side of the economy. You spend on them. Because the reason why you are putting public money on these professionals to train them
is so they can feed back.
So that they can feed back and come and produce in the economy. Now, what are they doing? You're telling them, go out there. Now, the thinking is that we are going to grow the diaspora remittances. Now, diaspora remittances cannot be a sustainable means of growing the economy. Okay, when it comes, it's good. But it cannot be what we are prioritizing. Look at like the diaspora remittances now is the highest tax earner for the country. That already tells you there's a problem with the economy. Because we are supposed to be exporting agricultural product, processed product. We are supposed to be exporting mechanized equipment. That's what we are supposed to be doing. We're
exporting service.
But which service?
We're coming to the top of the hour, and I'd like to come back and start the top of the hour with that below, if we could, because the cost of living, high taxes, and all of this plays into what we're talking about right now. And let's open it up a little bit more as we come back after 9. The gentleman will still be here at the top of the hour, and let's come back and continue with that conversation. Then it's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Moments after the resignation of Athi Water Works Development Agency CEO Michael Thuita, his Central Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agency counterpart Samuel Oruma is now a man under watch as investigations into the multi-billion shillings water project scam continue. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is investigating Oruma of allegations of irregular award of tender for the construction of a water sanitation system for Bomet, Longisa, Mulot towns to China Railways No. 10 Engineering Group Limited at a cost of 1.7 billion shillings. Oruma is alleged to have irregularly and fraudulently approved the change of specifications from the use of steel pipes to the use of glass reinforced pipes for the project. And the National Coffee Corporation Union has faulted a section of coffee marketers for seeking a review of coffee reforms just months after the Coffee Regulations 2019 came into force in January this year. According to the union, the regulations, which were gazetted in June 2019 and which are being opposed by the group, claiming the implementation was rushed, have given coffee farmers the power to produce, process and sell their coffee to buyers directly, and any planned review of the reforms could be detrimental to farmers' income. In the current regime, the Agriculture and Food Regulations Authority is mandated to license coffee buyers while county governments are responsible for licensing millers. The Capital Markets Authority, on the other hand, has been charged with licensing coffee marketers on the Nairobi Coffee Exchange. And Machakos Governor Wavinya Ndeti has urged more investors to consider Machakos, saying the county has all it takes to support growth of commercial enterprises. Speaking during the reopening of Koloho Mall in the River Sub-County, Wavinya pointed out that Machakos sits in a strategic position for mega investment owing to its proximity to the capital city Nairobi. The governor said her administration was keen on exploiting the available opportunities to attract investors and boost their confidence. Nairobi City County Chief Officer Revenue Administration Wilson Gakuya has highlighted the key benefits of the Finance Bill 2023-2024, which is set for public participation starting today to Wednesday across all the city's 17 sub-counties. Gakuya says that the budget for the Nairobi County Government for financial year 2023-2024 is 42.3 billion shillings, comprising 28.3 billion shillings for recurrent and 14 billion shillings for development expenditures. 19.9 billion shillings will be financed from the on-source revenue. He said revenue-raising measures are enshrined in the finance bill. The Nairobi City County government aims to generate 19.9 billion shillings from on-source revenue for operations and development for the financial year 2023-2024. Now, the ruling United Democratic Alliance has kicked off a popularization campaign in Mombasa County ahead of the December grassroots elections. At a meeting with women grassroots leaders in Junda Kisauni constituency, Mombasa, UDA interim chair Hamisi Ali Kitaka said the grassroots activation campaigns are aimed at popularizing the party, the bottom-up economic agenda, and recruiting more members ahead of the 2027 polls. Kitaka further said the grassroots election is aimed at entrenching democracy within the party as opposed to the issuance of direct nomination tickets. And the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, through its Boresha Jamii program, has partnered with Boda Boda Medical Ventures to engage Boda Boda riders as agents of change in fight against the triple threat. The chairperson of Boda Boda Medical Ventures, Steve Mwalati, urged all members of the society to also partner in reducing cases of HIV infections, gender and sexual violence cases, and teenage pregnancies. He said during an outreach program in Kakamega that through the support from USAID, they have engaged and capacity built over 2,500 Boda Boda riders from Kakamega, Vihiga and Trans Nzoia counties. And police have intercepted a matatu ferry explosive materials for making bombs. According to reports, officers intercepted the car heading to Kitui from Nairobi after receiving a tip-off from locals where they found the contraband wrapped in a parcel. Police are now awaiting experts from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to analyze the explosives. Meanwhile, the driver of the matatu has been apprehended and is being held at Kwavonza in Lower Yata in Kitui. The car has been detained at Kanyonyo Police Station. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
All right, we're still in traffic hour. We're still seeing it heavy coming off of Thika Superhighway. This one is not letting up. Survey then through towards Moringa Road at that junction. Very, very heavy, bumper to bumper in quite a lot of parts. We're looking at Limuru Road is also busy. And then as you're coming off Uhuru Highway all the way through to the CBD out towards Westlands and inbound as well, that still continues. All right, we're also looking at the Eastern Bypass is soothing a little bit. It's easing off traffic coming in from Cabanas towards North Airport Road. That doesn't look too bad right about now. Ngong Road has not given any issues today. Neither has Langata Road. That looks good. I think we're getting into the better part of Monday morning now, much smoother than we started off. And that's a good thing. Let's continue in that stead and let's talk on Spice FM, KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
We're getting into the final
only
hour of
way to
Kenya's
start your day.
At 7 minutes after 9 o'clock. And here's a chance. Remember EYA. You know what those are? The Employment Awards by FKE, and we're looking at the Employer of the Year Awards. Any FKE member, you want to join and you want to be recognized as exercising the best labor practices and all employers of all in employers in Kenya. So you can look at leadership and governance, you can look at corporate performance and productivity, innovations and adaptations to change, responsible business conduct, inclusiveness and diversity, workplace environment, learning and development, and human resource practice. The awards take place on the 6th of October at the Safari Park Hotel from 6 p.m. All employers are welcome to participate by contacting the Federation. An opportunity for you to see where you fit best. The awards will include everyone, and you're encouraged to also join the Kenya Federation of Employers. For more information, you can click on the website address www.fke-kenya.org, and the awards are supported by Safaricom, GIZ, ILO, BAT, NCBA, and NITA. There's an opportunity for you to also this morning to sit back and enjoy a cuppa as we have this conversation this morning. Assist Tea, and I'm holding the golden tea this morning from the rolling hills of Kurusoi district, is the Kiptagich Tea Estates, producing world-class tea right here in Kenya in different flavors: lemon, masala, ginger, purple tea, hibiscus tea, across board. You can get a pack of that and enjoy every day. Okay, we're having a financial economic Kenya conversation today. Dr. Patrick Mwende and CPA Bill Kero with us in the studio today, and we're asking questions in terms of what's going on. As we're going to the break, question came up from CT below.
Yeah, his question was, why are Kenyans, where is this elasticity from? With all this pressure, the rest of the people are wondering, countries are wondering, why is Kenya able to? I think the resilience of Kenyans is what he's speaking to. But if you look at our financial situation, people are actually living beyond their means to survive. For example, commercial banks will tell you, the central bank will tell you, the amount of loans Kenyans have borrowed from commercial banks is nearly 4 trillion shillings. That means our businesses, really, our homes, everything of ours is a debt, literally.
Running on credit.
If you look at Fuliza, the one that you borrow from day to day to survive. Last year it hit, by March this year, the financial year ends in March, it was over 700 billion. And these are ordinary Kenyans borrowing 1,000, 2,000 shillings to make ends meet. And this I have not added the other, the hustlers funds and other hands, it will go to another trillion. So people are really, and this, despite the unfortunate fact that the government admits that its employees are stealing, because the official figure that government has always bandied around is that a third of the budget is actually not accounted for or is stolen. This is the figure that from the time of Kibaki, the government has been saying that nearly a third of that money is stolen. That is nearly 1 trillion shillings today. And so the sad thing is that despite all these challenges, the government continues to lie to Kenyans. I want to raise on this issue. Let me just clarify this point. Why I keep repeating that the government is misleading Kenyans. For example, on this simple issue of fuel prices, government keeps saying this is global. It's none of our business. And look at it. The highest global price of petrol has ever been was in 2008. You remember it?
Yes.
When that American crisis.
Yes.
It hit $147 to the barrel.
To the barrel. Yeah.
That time, our hours shot up to about 80 shillings. In dollar terms, it was $1.6. It was the highest we've ever been per litre. Today, our 200 shillings, globally it is at 90, 95. which is much lower than what it was that time. But
it is 90.
But locally, the 211, if you convert to dollars, is just 1.4. That means there was a time in 2008 we was paying an equivalent of $1.6 per liter. Today we are paying $1.4 per liter. So the question of, saying, it's global. The thing has come down from 147 is 90. Actually, for the last 10 years, from 2010 up to now, globally the petrol price is only gone up by 4%. So the question is not global. It's about our taxes. It's about our exchange rate. And it's about our premiums we are paying through these crooked deals you call G2G and so forth.
Let's ask a simple, maybe a question here, because both of you at some point were looking at accounts, right? And this is a practice that if you have your books, and any entity, whether it's government, whether it's a private entity, you will have your books and you will know that it must balance at some point at zero, isn't it?
Yes.
What has come in has been spent. What it was initially planned for has happened. Your books in a proper accounting system should balance at zero and should be explained. Now, you bring in an audit. An audit now will help you to see that the things you actually said were going to be done have actually been done. And if there's a query, then that query is then about a process that was said to have taken place that then did not take place. Now, based on the results of that, there should be then action if one of those things did not balance out. Spent money where it was not supposed to have been spent. Maybe there was no receipt, then we can go and say, okay, look, CT, bring the receipt for this so that now we can balance. Or if this action didn't take place, why did it not take place? Is there an explanation that we can now put there? So two things are not happening with Kenya today. The queries are not being answered, and the explanations are those explanations are not being given, and the zero sum is not occurring, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, usually something should be done about that situation, but nothing is being done about that situation. We've already talked about there being an abrogation of the law. That's happening. Constitutionally, certain things are supposed to happen, they're not happening. Constitutionally, certain things are not supposed to happen, but those things are happening. And the answer is being the global prices have gone up. Cost of living, yes, it has gone up, but it's gone up around the world. My question is, what should actually be done? And in light of the fact that it is not happening, what recourse then is available for people who are not in a position to do something about it?
I think we can go back to the Constitution. Okay. Now, the people who are supposed to be holding the executive to account for those things is Parliament. They have the constitutional mandate. Now, when you talk about the expenditures and spending beyond the budget thresholds, who is leading? We've just looked at the numbers. It is Parliament. Parliament is leading in foreign travel. Parliament is leading in domestic travel. And it's Parliament and with agencies, because in Parliament there are quite a number of agencies and all of them are spending the same way. There's the National Assembly, there's the Judicial Parliamentary Service Commission, then there's the Joint Parliamentary Services. There are three agencies at the Parliament. Now look at the expenditure on domestic and foreign travel. They're quite high. So these are the people who are supposed to hold the government to account. Now if Parliament does not hold the executive to account, the only other recourse left is when the people exercise their power directly. Now, the question we need to ask is, why are the people then not exercising their power if they can feel the pain?
Exactly.
Now, you go back to the structure of the economy. Now, let's look at the taxes that we're talking about. The guys in Kikomba have no idea about the housing levy. It's only me and you who know it, because they know a payslip.
Yes.
The guys in Mudhurwa do not know anything about payee. It's only me and you who can see it. So when you look at them, it's 83% of the economy is in the informal sector. But can they get away forever? The answer is no. Because right now, in the current taxes that have been proposed, like the digital content taxes, they have already targeted, they are becoming effective this month. So the guys now who are in the digital content, the guys who are monetizing YouTube, TikTok and all that, they'll now start seeing it and they'll start feeling it. Now, one of the key proposals right now is farmers to be taxed, I think 5% from their produce. Right now, they're not feeling the taxes. if you're a farmer in Western, you produce your maize, you truck it to Kenya, the cereal board, you get your money, no taxes. So this majority of Kenyans do not actually feel the pain directly. Now, it's a bit different when I go and pay VAT at the pump. Okay? When I pay VAT, it's included in the price of the pump.
Yeah.
It's a bit different from when I see it on the payslip. It's still tax, but the feeling is much different when it is directly taken from me from the payroll.
Sure, but Patrick, you also feel it if I pay 20 shillings today to get into a matatu.
Correct.
And then I wake up on Wednesday morning and it is 50 shillings. I'm feeling it directly.
Yeah,
you feel it.
Even the indirect taxes are felt. Because when you go and buy your bottle of water and it's gone up, the price is gone up because of the taxes. So you're going to buy your... so indirect tax is also having an impact on... That's why actually the main issue of cost of living is mostly indirect. Because when you're going to buy food, your 1,000 shilling now does not give you the same basket of food that you are getting. But I think I think the only way the leadership in this country will change behavior is if they know there will be consequences for bad behavior.
Who is supposed to inflict those consequences?
It's the people, no one else.
Oddly enough, it has to. It boils down to what Bilokaru is saying, because at the end of the day, it's like people get into leadership and they talk cartels. They are the cartel.
Yeah.
Okay. Because everything we are talking about has to do with the policy, the implementation of it, oversight. It's the very people who we depend on to do the right thing who are bringing about the problems that we have.
Let me tell you one of the responses from people, a person, a Kenyan, today at this hour who says this. And then maybe you can now lend to that. This topic is very painful. I can tell you right now that I am planning to leave the country. I'm fortunate to have a good job, but even that is not meeting my needs. Taxes are taking everything I have left. The other motivation to leave is there aren't any opportunities for my kids. If I leave now, I can get them a better future. The unique thing is that we hate ourselves so deeply that we don't even like our own children. We have raped and mutilated our future, and we are not doing anything about it.
Yeah, so that's the issue is the consequences of our bad actions can only come from the electorate. And the Constitution has provided many avenues, many institutions that give voice or that give powers to the public to exercise that. Parliament, an example that he gave, which can take action. The courts that, the Constitution has given us, they can take action. And many other independent institutions that should provide oversight on executive and tell them, no, this is wrong, you can't do this. But when I think what has happened in this country is that our institutions have become a reflection of the society. When the society is deemed to be tolerant of all these vices, of the corruption and all these things, then the institutional office holders also tend to find it's nothing wrong with doing these things. And so I think you find a government coming up with a policy today to Parliament and is approved, and a few months later somebody in the office just says, I've changed. For example, they had just passed a policy in the last budget policy that the government will slow down borrowing from commercial loans because the rates are very high, the interest rates are very high. And they said our target will be some 260-something billion. Today, you read in the papers, they have doubled that. Treasury just wakes up and says, no, we're going to borrow more money from the commercial banks, for commercial loans, because they want to borrow more money. So, and you find policy decisions being made on the roadside. Someone wakes up, he's a CS, he says, from tomorrow we're going to, you're not going to import these shirts, or you're not going to bring shoes, you're not going to do this. It doesn't care what happens in the business world. Let me tell you, the people are suffering even more than the other businesses. Because you put up an investment all your life so that you can earn some income also for your family. Today, the businesses are suffering. People can see there's no end in sight. You are paying taxes. The cost of production has become very expensive. You are not making margins. You don't know what to do. You can't just close down a factory or a business today, this TV station, and just say, I'm going to relocate to another. It's not that easy. So, and this is the cow that he talked about, which produces the milk.
Yeah.
So I tend to think that do we need a jolt Yes, we do. Is it going to happen from the institutions? Unlikely. And this is why some of us, like me, I am a strong supporter of protests. Very strong supporters, because it's one language that leadership understands. Is when they see one inch out there complaining. And they see it on the screen. They say, okay, folks, things are not good. But if we simply, sit in the boardrooms, or if you sit in here and talk, they will say, akuna kitu.
Yeah. I think the tragedy of all this is that the leaders themselves are cushioned, and you can look at the numbers. Like you look at how much was spent on fuel, because this is one of the main pain points for the ordinary people. The government spent about almost 3.9 billion on fuel only. Now, motor vehicle maintenance cost about 2 billion. So we spent about 6 billion to take care of their vehicles and everything. Now, when you talk about the cost of food in the supermarket, them they don't understand. Because you go to the hospitality component of the budget, how much was spent? We spent about 9 billion on hospitality. So when you're talking about prices of goods and services in the supermarket, you're talking about the pain on the pump. They have no connection with what you're talking about. Now, and I think we need to start borrowing good practice. If you go to Rwanda, they came out with a policy of like zero fleet of motor vehicles. So, for example, with the minister, you're given a grant, and then you're given money through your salary, and it's loaded on your payslip. So you go and buy your own fuel. Okay, you go and buy. You're given a choice. You choose either security or your driver. You can't have both of them.
You choose one.
So you choose one. So when the citizens are complaining, the ministers understand exactly what it is, because they are not cushioned through state coffers. But we see here in Kenya, the member of parliament is cushioned, the minister is cushioned, the PS is cushioned, the director is cushioned, the president has no idea.
Dr. The sad thing is this. What you're referring to as cushioning is correct, but the reason why it's been permitted is twofold. One, it was assumed that when you pay people well, you will then enable them to do their jobs without worrying and getting into all these nefarious activities that would bring about the situation we're discussing right now. When MPs got salary raise, it was for the same reason. Now, there are those who argue, people keep asking them for money. That is a completely different discussion.
Yeah.
Because you do not have to give the money, and we have evidence of members of parliament who are known not to give money and still get re-elected. So it's not as though the giving of money is what ensures that they keep asking or requiring to be paid more and more and more. Bilo is right. All the political moves, conversations, debates, campaignings, it's for the heart of the people. And so long as people feel, those in leadership, that people are with them or will do nothing, they will continue along their merry way.
Yeah.
But the moment they know for a fact, he calls it consequences, that people will not put up with it, it is the only time they change. Right now in this country, the leadership seem to think that the sheep who are called the citizens of this country have been cowed into a corner and they will do nothing. That seems to be the thinking, because how does somebody pile pain upon pain upon pain every single day?
They don't care.
And it doesn't seem to be an issue.
But isn't that what we're saying? That there seems to be that the burden of care does not rest on those who are making these decisions, because Kenya being such a tenacious people that they will just take it. We started off this year saying we can't take anymore, isn't it? Let's look at the progression here. That there were rumblings of it, turnover tax being reintroduced, and perhaps raising of fuel prices once again, and then we saw introduction of taxes, and we said, impossible, not going to do it. Housing levy, it's going to be forced down your throat. Kenyans said, okay, let's okay. They said come July, we're going to introduce this on for everybody, and then courts held it for a minute, then they said we're going to backdate it and add on top of everything, right? You keep going and you keep going. There's a resilience with which the people of Kenya are fraught, and those in the position are aware that Kenyans are resilient.
What they should be aware of.
The question is, you talk of sheep and other bovine animals. What is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back for people to realize that, you know what, these people, you can't do this to them all the time.
The back is actually broken.
Required.
The back is actually broken. The resilience we speak of, it is not that Kenyans are sheep. The leaders think they are sheep. They are not. This resilience they're talking about, have they considered what would happen if that resilience was turned away from finding a way of coping with life to exerting it on the people who've caused their pain? Have they given it thought as to what that would mean?
Yeah, because I think that's where the leadership is assuming so much. You see what is happening right now? And I think we can hear the pain of that person who was treated here. Now, the people are working, they're actually running out of options in terms of the budget. Now, we are still in August, September. Now, one of the key levies that have been lined up and the CS confirmed is the NHIF. And the CS confirmed that it will be on our pay slip latest December, either November or December. Now, that is taking another 2.75%. Now, the question is, now, if you are employed here, what options do you have to run your family? Because the pay slip is 40, 45%, 50 gone. Everywhere you turn, you are facing VAT. And we are even told the VAT is being proposed to be revised to 18%. Now, and look at the way the policies are being proposed. They are proposed, and I think it's what CTN is saying, they are proposed like the ones who are proposing, they think the Kenyan can do nothing. Okay? But at our household level, we are running out of options. Now, in any functional economy, the most dangerous demographic is the middle class. The moment the middle class runs out of options, then any political leader will be in trouble. Now, the question and this is what many people are asking, do we have a middle class in Kenya as it were? Because the middle class is presumed to be somebody with a basic knowledge and understanding to query policy and decisions. And actually to have some resources that they can mobilize and engage. Now, the people down on the pyramid, sometimes they are heavily trodden to submission. So the question we've been asking, and this is what the data we are not sure, is the middle class that we're talking about, does it really exist? And I think Bill has alluded to that. You look at the way people are behaving on Fuliza, on SACCOs, on banks. It's like the middle class we're talking about, they're guys only who are living on credit.
One paycheck away towards poverty.
So for as long as we don't have that middle class, the political leaders are going to get away with everything.
Let's take a break on that note, if we can, and come back just after this, because the question still remains in the minds of people. What then do we do? It's 9:30 on the nose. Kenya's biggest conversation continues after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Oh, finally! It's my Standard Courier delivery.
At Standard Courier, we know that your time is valuable. That's why we guarantee swift and efficient deliveries to your doorstep every time. Give us a call on 0793 599 684 or schedule your next delivery by visiting our website www.standardmedia.co.ke/courier. Trust Standard Courier service for all your courier needs. We deliver with pride.
Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of Spice FM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I
I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice
Talk, and welcome to audiences on KTN News as we continue with this conversation. So, Patrick, as we're coming to that, and the question is, and so we're saying, so what do we do? You know, what needs to happen? Because like Bilo is saying, this is where we are today. It's already back-breaking. CT says the back has broken of the thing. We don't know how we're even walking. And Bilo is saying, well, yes, well, gear up because it's going to get worse. There's going to be more.
You see, what the unfortunate thing is the either, I don't know whether it's ignorance or it's lack of sensitivity, but the government proposing a whole lot of taxes again, including anything from the NHIF to increasing VAT, to taxing schools, and so many things that are lined up. You've seen unemployment levy. There's, there's so many things coming up. Carbon tax. Every person in government just seems to think, well, they can introduce whatever they want. So what I see is a situation where this country, for a long time, we have had a very dormant, for example, the trade unions. We have never seen in this country, for example, businesses shut down completely because of a strike called by the business community. We have seen for the first time Kenya Association of Manufacturers go to court to challenge 2-3 of the taxes which were passed in the Finance Act because they said we can't survive. We see FKE threatening to go to court to stop some of these taxes. And tomorrow you will not be surprised, employees in civil servants and others saying, okay, we are going to go on strike because we are not happy with our bottom line on our pay slip. So I think the government has ignored the plight in a very simple sense. You watch on TV, people in Turkana, people in parts of this country eating wild berries because of lack of food. You find people, starving. And it doesn't really prick their conscience at all. And they think everything is normal. And because of lack of jobs, there's no income. There are no jobs.
Are you saying protest is the language they don't understand?
I think we must, this country, let me tell you, ultimately, there's nothing the government understands of the day more than pressure out there from the people, not from other political, from the people themselves.
So long as there are politicians behind what we call mandamano, that's a safety valve. The day the wananchi go on mandamano and there's no political leader leading it or a non-political leader, then you will know things are out of control. Now, these leaders keep talking about leading a country. These fellows are undertakers. What they are doing, they are grave diggers and undertakers. They are overseeing the death of a nation, and they're killing it as we watch. Now, we may pretend that that is not so, but that is precisely what is happening. How on earth do you even consider yourself a nation when you are striving as citizens to do the very best you can in terms of your own obligations to the nation, and yet the people you have chosen to superintend and to ensure that these things happen are doing the complete opposite. They are ensuring you starve. They are ensuring your children starve. They are ensuring you don't have basics. They are ensuring the education is expensive and affordable. They are ensuring health isn't available. And where it is, it's very expensive. Everything that they are doing is ensuring that it is out of the reach, not of, it was the conversation of the mwananchi wa kawaida. No. They are making sure gradually the downtrodden mwananchi whom we refer to already was not state. This class called the middle class are joining that group of citizens, and they're joining them fast. If you see this progression, nobody will be left out.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying these are undertakers. These are not people who are actually helping build the nation. They're overseeing the death of it. And they are the ones who are prescribing the pills with which we can carry on with this euthanasia. And euthanasia is what we're doing when we keep quiet and we watch them doing. Somebody's killing you slowly and you're watching.
Yeah, they're calling it.
I think there are laws we can never change. And these are some of the laws we call the laws of natural justice. Now, one of the primary laws of natural justice in economics is the law of self-preservation. And even the laws of the land accept self-preservation. Now, self-preservation means the moment I'm pushed to the wall, the primary duty is to preserve myself.
Right.
And as a person, I also have responsibilities for my family. So the moment you're pushed to that level where you need to fight for your preservation, that is the bottom of the pyramid. I mean, that's the bottom of the bottom. Now, if you're being pushed to the bottom of the bottom, everybody is capable of raising up. And that's what I'm saying, to be a very big mistake to assume Kenyans can do nothing. It's not true. Because economic deprivation can trigger anything in any human being.
Yeah, exactly.
We can turn into wild animals. So when you're proposing taxes, and this is what I've been saying, when you propose these taxes, we're assuming these guys are not capable of thinking. They are not capable of feeling the pain. They are not capable of reasoning. That's what the tax policy seems to be suggesting. Because today you introduce this one, next time you introduce this one, next time you introduce this one, next time you introduce this one. It's like these guys are completely helpless. But what you're pushing them is to the point of self-preservation. Self-preservation means I have to raise up and fight for my rights. Now, what is the question of living in a country where my children cannot be guaranteed our future? Okay?
Yeah.
Because at that point, I start now looking at, why don't I, and this is what generation after generation do. When you look at our ancestors who are fighting for independence, they were saying, let us die so that our future
children can live. Yeah.
In multi-party democracy, it was about, let's die so that people can get rights. Now we are coming to economic rights. And that's where the catch is. So the moment I'm not able to survive in this country and I can't see a future for my children, I'll have to raise up.
Absolutely.
Because at that point,
leave.
Yes. If that becomes necessary, we're going to do it. Now look at what happened in Ukraine when there was that invasion. People left jobs. They were judges, they were lawyers, they did everything. They said, let's go. You see, economic deprivation will push us to that point.
Is that where it's going, Bilo? Because I'm going to bring in something here. That when these voices start to get loud, at whatever level, on whatever platform, whether it's face to face, whether it's on social media, which is a mode for a lot of this engagement today, right? Whether it's people complaining, whether it's the videos that we see of horrendous things happening to people, that when we hear this, the rebuttal that we often, and that we've gotten, I've heard it quite a number of times from agents of government, whether it's from the deputy president, from the president himself, and they say, give us, and even cabinet ministers, they say, give us time. What has happened is that there has been essentially a raping of the economy by the previous administration. It's been said. And what we are trying to do right now is to catch up, to fill in the holes that was left by the previous administration. The blame has been laid time and time and time again. If we want to look at this thing properly, through unfoiled eyes, can that really be a reasoning for what is happening today?
Yeah, our government has, this particular administration has chosen to either engage in, the review mirror all the time, or to live in the future, saying, the future is good. They actually use some word nowadays. They say this is the Shakahola effect. You suffer the pain now,
but you're going to heaven.
You're going to heaven. But the reality is, the government, they say that you reap what you sow. If what you are doing now, that policy, we can see it's not going to be effective. We're telling you this policy is bad. It's affecting business, it's affecting incomes. It cannot change into a heaven tomorrow. So to tell us that, give us time, is misleading. That's what politics is all about. It's about buying time. They're asking, it's about living one day at a time. They want to know that tomorrow they'll be there. So for me, I think the issue is the government knows it's misleading you. They know. That's why they're just buying time. They give us more another year. Next year they'll tell you give us another. That's why the inconsistencies in all their policies, inconsistencies in the statements that they make. What they say today, next month they say no, sorry, that was not right. Last year, this year, there are different statements every time. So I think it's because they have gotten used to hands. This is a gullible public. They have always gotten away with it. From all the regimes that we have had in this country, you do whatever you want to do and you get away with it. There are no consequences. It doesn't, in all our countries, starting from all the way, the Rwandans and Uganda and everybody here, all the countries, Ethiopia, everyone, there's no country where governments have not paid a price for some of their policies that they have made. And there has been consequences for those decisions. I think the reality is that government needs to be aware that circumstances have changed significantly. It's not what we were seeing about 10 years ago or 20 years ago. People are finding it extremely difficult, and people can do things that you don't expect. And we saw how the Arab Spring started with just one person burning himself up because of frustration, and it snowballed into so many other countries. You've seen what has happened in countries where the policies have, government did not take their financial policies seriously, like, in Zambia, in Sri Lanka, and, they keep telling us things have stabilized, we are in control. They're not in control. There's nothing that has stabilized. The reality is that we are in a debt trap, and the situation is going to get worse because, one, of the forex, and two, because the interest rates for the loans are also going up by the day. They are now borrowing at 16 this morning. So the situation is going to get worse. And so what they need to do is really, look, there are countries poorer than us, but people live better.
Yes.
Go here to Ethiopia. They don't tax basic foods. Completely. That's their policy. Because they go all the way to Egypt, all these countries, Sudan, they were in the government's policy has always been that if it is food, let people get food. Eat. Because the most fundamental right that people have is really access to their survival.
That class.
Yeah.
Where they were being taught this unit that was being taught, the leadership unit.
Do whatever else you want to do, but let your people eat first. That is the most important. Let people get food on the table. You can then talk about other things, SGRs and KBCs and other things, but let people get food. And for heaven's sake, let us have a situation where the shilling counts as a shilling. Because these poor countries, the amount of money those countries spend on government, is so, you have to be shocked. Government ministers or MPs are being paid so low. Ethiopia now is one of the largest economies, bigger than us now. But go and see how people are being paid.
And Tanzania is soon going to overtake us.
Yes, go and see the terms, how people are paid. It's because the cost of living is affordable.
Yeah.
Nobody is complaining. People are paid $100, $200, $300. Here, people, you are getting a lot of money, you can't survive. Everything is because of.
Can I ask the two of you a question? Because you're both economists and you both understand financial matters. Huh? There's a country whose problems mirror ours almost identically, Ghana. What do you think would happen in this country when everything that we seem to take pride in, for instance, our shilling is already doing the thing. It does more of the thing, but these government bonds that we keep talking about as being a safe bet for the banks, what happens when they receive the same value and treatment as the ones in Ghana, where you lose the value, whatever it is that was due to you is suspended, so you can no longer realize it. So essentially, if you had 100 million shillings and you put it, first of all, that particular value is halved. Then the interest is given a very poor rating. So essentially, you become poor overnight as you watch.
Yeah.
And if indeed that was your pension, or if the money was borrowed from the pension funds, the fate will be the same. So in one fell swoop, you have a situation where any nest egg that you thought you had is gone. And it's gone because of these policies.
You see the painful
in Lebanon. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, you see the painful thing that happened in Ghana is you see, you can play around with numbers and what you report to us, okay, but the economy itself will always be true.
It has its own story to tell.
Yes. So Ghana got to the point where they accepted the pain and they realized we have to take this painful path, and they went to the citizen and told them, we are cornered. We need to get out of here. And the only way to get out of here is this. Now, for a country to get to that level, at political level, it can have serious
they get to that level, or are they forced by circumstances? And those who had given them money told them, this is the situation and this is what you're going to tell your people.
Yes. You see, for us, we are actually almost ending there, because that's what the numbers are telling us.
How far away are we really?
I can't say it's next 3 months or 4 months, but we are definitely, if the spending spree does not stop, we are heading there, definitely. Because tell me, this year, where are we going to get another almost 1.5 trillion to load on top of debt? Where are we going to get it? Where are we going to get another 1.7 trillion to load on top of debt?
That's this year. And you can even ask yourself questions from December until June, because Eurobond falls due in June 2024. No, honestly speaking, I really want to know, if you're looking at it and you want to look at where is the money going to come from? $2 billion is 250 billion shillings.
Yeah, you see, we need to see the indicators.
300 billion.
Yeah. We need to see
where
the
is it
indicators.
going to come from?
You see, this thing about petrol, we were told about G to G, whatever. We were told we are going to pay fuel in Kenya shillings so that we can... It has now turned out to be hot here, because I'm saying we cannot write our own rules of economics. There's no way you can go to Saudi Arabia or Middle East and buy fuel in Kenya shillings. Kenya shillings dies outside Kenyan borders. The international currency of trade
is the USD.
Is the USD. That is the economic reality.
Well,
now,
is it the fault of those who spun this tall yarn, or is it our fault for believing even the most blatant of lies?
But those lies will come up. Will eventually catch up with us as they have caught up with us.
Yes.
Like that one was a few months ago. Yes. Remember, we were also told that the dollar is going to drop to 120 back to 111
by
in a
next
few months.
week, which was 2 months ago.
Where is it now?
I actually wondered why they left it at 120. Why didn't they say it's going to drop to 60? Something of that sort. I mean,
once they say to drop to 80.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just talking numbers,
we might as well just add some more.
Yes.
You see, the point is, even if we are calling them political rhetoric, they have to have a limit. Now, in public, you can make those statements, but inward, in the boardroom, you have to be brutally honest with yourself.
Is it possible for the kind of talk that we see that happens in a public arena to be different from what happens in private?
Right now, we know it's not private. There's no difference. What they say in public, as per the way they are behaving.
Private meaning in the boardrooms of the executive?
Yes.
The government?
Yes.
No, in the boardrooms of government, the discussions are not what we're having. There is no dynamism in a cabinet meeting. You cannot come and start saying, I question. It's not like this policy is put on the table for cabinet and every one of you now ventilates on it and says, sorry, I think as the minister for this policy is nonsense. It's going to create this problem or that way. You can't. You'll be shown the door. So what they will do is you will table yours and all of us will raise our hands. The boss will say that one is passed. You will table yours, the one you call. Everyone has got cabinet paper that he wants to table. But there is no dynamism in our governments. That's where the challenge is. Not in what you see on movies where, somebody in government say, no, this is not acceptable. And you are allowed, they tolerate, the leadership tolerates that kind of thing. No, I don't think so. And so what is happening is, in fact, the challenge we have now in governance is even worse. The government works best when the technical people out there in the ministries and state agencies are the ones that come up with positions on with policies and so forth. It gets discussed and it comes up.
They are the experts.
They are the experts. Those technical. And then it comes up to cabinet level. Then the cabinet discusses. Then it goes to the president, and then he can now say, we are going to do this going forward. But we are seeing is the opposite. It's top down. A decision has just been made. We are going to do this. That's why you don't see these things getting implemented or these things coming, you don't see them coming to fruition. It's because these things are simply being made on the roadsides. And for example, my challenge has always been, this government can help save the situation if they can cut down on the expenditure. Let us rationalize our expenditure as government and learn to live simple so that we can then cut down on this. For example, the president or a vice president, deputy president or someone is going to open a borehole, just to launch the opening of a borehole in Moringa. It's probably costed 5 million. The amount of money that is going to be spent by that executive traveling there is hundreds of millions on that day.
It's more than the 5 million.
I'm telling you, and it's happening.
A borehole that costs 5 million.
And it's happening daily, and in the developed world, if the president or a senior government wants to communicate something, he does it on the media. I mean, the message can get across to the people wherever they are. You don't have to go on the road to try and explain to Kenyans. You are on the road and this thing is costing money. There are many ways in which this government can rationalize. I'm just taking that as an, but if you are conscious that your actions are hurting the economy, your actions are the only language. The sad thing is, when you're elected as a member of parliament, and you need to know this.
And you would know this because you have been a member of parliament, yes.
When you are elected from one of those remote little towns in Kiambu or in Kakamega or Mandera or wherever, and you have not been in business, you don't know these things, and you have now become the member of parliament.
Yes.
You are the one now to decide on these policies that come in the budget.
Yes.
Some of these guys so you have no idea that there's someone called, Spice FM that is going to do a business.
Yeah.
They have to get adverts, they have to earn some income and raise money to pay taxes. But me, I'll simply come and say, okay, business, we should pay more taxes. Why don't we increase the VAT to 18? Why don't
after all, we can get it from here.
Tax, what do you call it? That one for the creation of content. This digital.
Digital, yeah.
You ask for these things, but you haven't got any idea what business is. You have never been in a commercial environment. You have never been in a manufacturing environment. You have not been so you have no idea how this is the dynamics involved in generating incomes, and people have to pay and so forth. And you say, we want to increase the amount of money that will go for travel to this ministry. You don't know how that money is going to be raised and how difficult it is. So you say, we have increased. I'm the one who is in the budget committee. The ministry has bought, is my friend, the minister. Yes, travel here to Nikidogo. We want to increase it by 2 billion. You say, no, we must increase for that ministry. And you increase it. And you have no idea. The challenge you have is people don't really appreciate their responsibilities. And this is because you are there courtesy of political expediency. You have been put there by the powers that be, and really you don't mind.
As we talk right now, nobody knows what better is. Better is not anywhere documented as a plan. So this 1 year down the line, so if today I ask you where is the document, where is the plan, what is setting the agenda, you can't find any document anywhere. When you talk about better, you are told, look for the manifesto. Okay? Vision 2030 as MTPs, we were supposed to be doing MTP 4. The year has ended. It has never been approved. So you're not on Vision 2030. You're not on Big 4. And better is not documented anywhere. So that tells you what we are seeing around, and the documents that are being put in budget and the plans that are being put in budget, they're just ideas in people's mind. So there's no way of directing the government resources and priorities through a common document that is accountable and where you can make reference. So people are just waking up and deciding what to do.
I'm almost scared to ask that. Should we even be looking at a global scale about how Kenya then can be competitive outward, externally, globally, which is, look, a lot of the money that's being spent is to do just that, isn't it? Kenya is having conversations with different countries around the world in different fora. We just came out of Muga, for example, Haiti, this, that, the other thing. Should you have any business
talking about
other things on such a grandiose scale when your people are hungry? If we're looking at it from an economic point of view, should we?
Yes, actually you should. You should.
I can. The sarcasm is dripping already before you say anything.
You should. In all sincerity, you should, because if running your country is proving to be difficult,
I told you. Please,
then you have the freedom to tell other people how they ought to do things. But better still, look for these oppressors who are called the G7 or people who are former colonialists and tell them where to get off. That is simpler because you're just speaking. The nitty-gritty and the nuts and bolts of ensuring that your citizenry are protected from the harm that must and will and continues to come to them is a far more difficult task.
Yeah.
Far more difficult task.
You know, the two things about the global aspect, which is very important, is when the environment for business is not conducive because of corruption, because of high taxes, because of the value of the shilling, or whatever it is, you cannot attract investors. That's a very important thing, because the rest of the world is competing over attracting businesses and investments to them countries. So you can go around and make as many trips as you can, but if you don't write the environment there, the business environment there to be conducive, you are not adding value. Two, out there we used to be a regional powerhouse in terms of production. We were exporting to all these regional countries. Everything from toothpaste to bread they're eating was coming from Kenya. Today, when you go to Uganda, Tanzania border, it's more vehicles coming the other way. Because we are now a net importer as a nation because of what? Lack of competitiveness. What the government should appreciate is that the more you tax people, the more you increase levies, the more you make things difficult, the more it's difficult for companies to be competitive. Our products will become very expensive. We cannot export. If you don't export, the shilling will continue getting worse because there are no foreign exchange. So I don't know why the government does not look at that aspect of, when you have reached a point where your key institutions in private sector are not important to you. You don't want to meet with Kenyan national manufacturers. You don't want to meet with capstars. You don't want to meet with businessmen. You are focusing. You decide your policies up there, and you think you know everything. I think we are making the wrong things. But going out there, like he says, to the rest of the world, and you want to show that you are very Kenyans. I was watching when recently in the US. Our leader was saying, we are just like you Americans. We are very resourceful. We have everything. Oh yes, we are. We just happen to be in Africa, but we are very. I think we have to appreciate that we are in a difficult circumstance. And I keep telling government officers, please look beyond Nairobi. Don't look at the skyscrapers. Go out to Kiambu. And you find the situation. Your people are. You are in a third world country. They have no lights, electricity. They have no water. They have a third, more than 40% don't have toilets. They use the bush. You are being told people are not able to go to hospitals. People have no food.
So that's
46% of the people are living on less than $1 a day. You want to talk about environment and carbon taxes, and you are living in another world. No, I think we need to come down to
Patrick, in 30 seconds, your summary, yes.
Yeah, my summary is that I think we should not imagine we can export our bad manners out there. Now, at the end of the day, if I'm out of this country and I'll need to make an investment decision here, I'll be very pragmatic and I'll go beyond what the public officers are telling me. If I'm doing an investment analysis, I'll look at the tax environment, I'll look at the policies of the government, and I'll look at how accountable the administration is because of the political risks.
Right.
So we cannot assume that diplomatically when you appear out there, people treat you well. Okay? But it doesn't mean they'll make the decision based on how they treated you. Because of diplomatic engagement. There's the diplomatic protocol of geoeconomic engagements. But that is not what dictates the actual investment decisions that the owners of capital make. They will eventually make about the domestic realities.
And you have to look at those.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, Bill Okoh, Dr. Patrick Moringa, thank you so much for being here this morning. It's a conversation that we have that cannot stop till something is done. Asante for being guests for the last 2 hours. It's been quite a ride, but it's been fantastic having you here, and we keep talking. Thanks, folks. Tomorrow we talk again. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Nairobi City County Chief Officer Revenue Administration Wilson Gakuya has highlighted the key benefits of the Finance Bill 2023-2024, which is set for public participation starting today to Wednesday across all the city's 17 sub-counties. Gakuya says that the budget for the Nairobi City County